Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Yo. It's been a while. Whoa. Yeah, the past few days has been wild to me. But I'm feeling slightly better today to do this. Right. I'm feeling slightly okay now, albeit still a little bit. I would say I would use the word unstable. uh, yeah. I mean, I don't. I mean, I know what happened, but I don't know if it's like. What I don't know if this emotional outburst is warranted, to be honest, but I don't know. It's just the past few days has been very rough to me personally, so I have been very quiet. I honestly wanted to come back today, come back yesterday, or like not. I mean, yeah, come back is a word, but I wanted to do stream yesterday, and then power outage happened. The timing too, right? The timing, like everything just shuts off when I was preparing for stream yesterday, and then it's like, oh no. And then the power outage went on for like hours until like I believe around 3. And I mentioned that I'm just not really not really feeling it. Even though I kinda want to do this still, you know. I'm like, oh god. I mean, yeah, for the past 2 days I've been very like I don't know, like I didn't even it was so rough that I don't know that if I want to reach out. I just don't feel like. I think it's the depression talking, right? I was having multiple episodes. It was not good. I was having thoughts, right? It was really bad, right? It was honestly really bad. Something happened that made my brain just go absolute terrible, right? I haven't had this feeling in a long time. It is honestly very scary, right? I think the last time I had those kind of thoughts, if you're wondering what kind of thoughts, the thoughts of the really really bad thoughts that could cause unaliving, right? Yeah, those kind of thoughts. But I'm okay for now. But I was really concerned too because I haven't had this kind of thought for like years, I think. I think the last time I had this kind of severe emotional outburst is like years back when I still, cannot control my jealousy, right? And then eventually it sinks myself. I synced myself into like, uh, like a very bad place, depression, sink into more. But that was like a few years back, right? Eventually I learned that there's no need to be jealous because everyone worked hard for it, right? Everyone worked their ass off. There's no need to be jealous. It just means I need to work harder, right? So eventually I got through that. But I think the past few days, what I experienced was sort of, I hope it's a misunderstanding, but what I felt was betrayal and heart shattering. But I'm gonna slowly work out the courage to communicate more. I hope it's just a misunderstanding, right? I sure hope so. Because the person that I'm gonna share this. It's okay, right? It's my own personal problem, right? And someday I'm gonna work up the courage to actually talk to my mom about this. But yeah, for the past, so it was about Tuesday, I think. Yeah, Tuesday. So nephew problem, right? I already talked about this nephew problem for a long time already, but recently that my nephew is at primary school first year, so he started to be more vocal about everything, which is good, right? But being vocal about things doesn't mean that he gets to lie about everything and just, oh, hey, look, and just do bad things and get away from it scot-free all the time, right? It feels like I'm the only one in the family seems to know what he's doing. Like, my nephew has been really taking advantage. Oh my god. Oh my god. We gotta buy one get one free. Good shit. We got a first legendary. You cast your line while you're opening up. Yeah. Still gonna fish up something very important. Your nephew sounds like my sister. It's just a terrible. It's just a terrible situation. But essentially, I don't like loud. I don't like when. Okay, so what happened? My nephew got back from the tuition, right? Got back from his tuition, and he started shouting, which is okay, right? Because the shouting was far away from me. Sorry, I was still in the living room, right? And eventually he started like calming down, and then he went to the living room, started playing with his own like toys and stuff, which is good, playing toys instead of playing iPad. I respect that, right? And then I don't know what happened, he just started like literally right beside me, started shouting like crazy. Like those high high-pitched shouting noises. How old is nephew? He's 7 currently. Right? He started shouting like crazy. It's like, and I hate that shit, right? I already don't like kids as much, but having a kid, having to shove a kid in front of my face because it's my sister's son, I can tolerate that, right? Fine, okay. But when he does that, and then I was like, yo, hey, don't shout beside my ear. That's loud, and I don't like how ear-piercingly loud that is. And then he started to be like, but I didn't shout. I didn't shout beside your ear. It's like, yes, you did. No, I didn't. You know, like those kind of bantering. And I personally hate that shit because you don't lie to me. Alright? You lie to me in broad daylight. You're just asking for trouble. What I want is, honestly, if you would just be like, yeah, I'm sorry, then it's all good. Right? It's all good. I respect honesty more than anything. Okay, I love honesty. I don't lie. Well, I lie sometimes, I guess, for self-defense, I guess. I don't know. I lie sometimes, but usually when I can, I usually just don't lie. Even if I do something bad, I'll just be like, yeah, I fucked up, and then try to like mend the situation, right? If I can, that is. That's how I behave, I guess, right? But apparently my nephew and my sister, my nephew's mother, right, doesn't behave that way. They love deceit. They love to profit out of people's misery. That's how they work, right? So because he's my nephew, I kind of want to change that mindset. But I couldn't do much, right? Because I don't like kid anymore, but it's just, man. So he just keeps on the bantering, and then eventually I snapped. Yes, I know, I snapped on the kid, at the kid. But to my defense, I already mentioned how much I don't like kids and how much I don't like lying, right? You own up to what you do wrong. There's no need to hide when you do wrong. I messed up all the time. I own up to it. Mend the situation. There's no need to like, no, I didn't do it. What's the point of doing that? Right? Like, he clearly did it. And then started to, what's the word? Deflect. No, as if it's pressing back. back special. It's fucking reflect. You missed the explanation. Essentially, nephew. Okay, I'll keep it short and sweet. The TLDR version is, I don't like kids, but nephew come back from tuition and then started. Okay, maybe not that short. Like, come back from tuition and then excited shouting far away, which is fine. And then eventually he come to the living room where I was at, and then playing with his toy, and then suddenly do a high-pitched shout around beside my ear, by the way, beside my ear, ear-piercingly loud. You know how those kids like high-pitched squeal. Yeah, that. And then I was like, yo, don't do that, don't shout beside my ear. And then he started to deflect, saying, but I didn't shout at your ear, you know. And then continuing doing that for like multiple times. Like I mentioned, I don't like when people lie in my face when it's like a broad day, like fucking blatant lie. I don't like that. You lie to my face when I know that you're clearly lying. You're not even not even trying, buddy, right? So I snapped. And after I snapped, immediately the situation is, mom comes in, hugged the nephew, brought the nephew away from me, looked at me in the most disdainful way possible. Like, when it comes to facial expressions, I am very I am very sensitive, okay? Let's just put it that way. I'm very sensitive, especially when it comes to mom, the person that I love the most forever. Alright? So what happened that day, what I experienced was fucking pure heart-shattering betrayal. Like, she didn't even try to understand what's happening, and then immediately put on the fault on my face. Like I said, this could be a misunderstanding, but at the moment, what I felt was really painful. Alright. Hurts. That facial expression doesn't hide any emotion. Alright. People emotion are shown through facial expressions. People can hardly hide that shit. So what I felt was, like I mentioned, heart-shattering, and yeah, it hurts. Which is also why, like, for the past few days I have been really quiet. I don't know how to reach out. I don't want to reach out because it's just so stupid. Like, who would listen to me talking about like mom's situation like this? I don't know. But here I am talking about it here. Alright? But man, it hurts. You should definitely talk to her about it. I don't know how. I know for the past few days they're feeling like, oh, nothing happened. And then to add salt to the wound, my sisters were just like, it's just the usual prejudice, you know, me towards my nephew. It's like, no, it's not. I don't just shout at my nephew for no reason. I'm not a ruffian. I'm not a barbarian. Come on. I know reasoning. All right. Explaining your side is probably the best thing to do. I just hope that I got a one-on-one talk with my mom without my sister joining in, because they would just fan the fire always. Like, especially when it comes to stuff like this, they will always fan the fire. Also, hi Evie. Oh crap, I forgot to get water. I still have some left. If it's something that affects you so deeply emotionally, it warrants talking about it. It doesn't matter how trivial it seems to be. Even if it's just venting. I should work up the courage and talk to my mom then. Yeah. I just hope that my sister doesn't fan the fire. And my nephew's mom is not present at the moment when I was talking to mom about this, because she would just be a bullshit. I hate her with passion. Like, I'm not even being... I'm not even like trying to hide it anymore. Alright? And spend time focusing on how you felt. I got scolded for being a playground bully by the antics, for shouting at the 3-year-old-ish kid for kicking people's footwear around while the caretaker, not mom, was laughing at the toddler while doing so. Kicking other people's footwear around while the cat... Oh my god, what the hell? I guess they don't know anything about basic decency. Or common courtesy. Maybe she didn't like the fact that you seemingly lost your temper but wasn't realizing how you were feeling at the time. Most likely. That seemed like what happened. It just... Sorry. I don't like that. I really hate it. Like... I know it's dumb of me to say this, Alright, but from what I've been through, I always give 200% to my mom, no matter what it is. In the family, I am the only one that's helping around the family, alright? Albeit how weak I am, albeit how financially weak I am, I always give it my all. Because I know for a fact that my sisters just don't really care about the family as much. And I don't want mom to suffer that much. And I'm the only one that's sort of... I'm helping whenever I can. Alright. But then when I see the face, it's just... I should talk to her about this, but for now, it really hurts. Yeah. Kids are jerks, I hate them with a passion. Family or not, I want nothing to do with them. That's what I told myself for the longest of time. That's what my dad told everyone in the family. You don't fuck before you marry, but that's what happened. Right? So now what happened is that they had a divorce like many years ago because clearly her ex-husband they already divorced was a douchebag actually, right? In real life, like holy shit, I didn't think such a person is real, but it's just so many things wrong with her. Like when I say no one in the family likes her, maybe mom to some extent, I guess, but it's just ooh, yeah. So many things wrong. Sorry, I didn't. Oh, I guess I'm really unstable, huh? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to like sort of vent this hard. That sounds like a sister, but everyone loves her, which is yeah. I mean, my mom clearly loves everyone, I guess. But like, why her, you know? So many things wrong with her. That is so blatantly broad daylight robbery even. You gonna vent sometimes? I guess. I just hope that I don't do this as much, because it really does. I mean, it doesn't really... I just don't feel fair doing it when I'm venting on the stream. Because I guess me being here is supposed to provide a good, comfortable environment for people who wants to be here. But then sometimes when I do this, I just feel so guilty. But here I am doing it anyway, so I'm sorry. Oh man, the bestest cowboy. I don't know. I don't think I am. At least currently, I just don't think I am. I just don't get it. This is what I realize. What is wrong with this world, you know? People can get off scot-free with doing the vilest shit ever. And then with a bit of a surface, like the surface level of acting, people can get away from doing the vilest shit scot-free. I just don't get it. the world would be much less vibrant without you. I don't, you know, I'm just glad that when the vibe is right, people do enjoy it, and I'm glad. I really am. Prologues to the gameplay, yeah. It happens, right? I tend to talk a lot sometimes when even when it's not venting like this, right? Even when it's not venting like this, but man, it's funny how I like to share things. I really do actually. Which is like sometimes I do kind of want to have like a bit of a. I was thinking like a story time with this little couple sometimes. But then again, it's like most of the time when I'm talking like this, it's just like sort of what I wanted to share at the moment. I don't really have a script prepared or anything. I just sort of talk my heart out, I guess. I don't know. It's just kind of how I work whenever I talk like this. Yeah, my favorite couple. Oh, gee. I appreciate that. But yeah, so sorry about today's outburst. I was really unstable for the past few days, and at least today I'm feeling much more stable now, not having a lot of episodes at least. So I'm alright. Yeah, I'm alright. Actually, I should go check out something. I tried to popo on you. You did. People did. I just sort of drive them away because I don't know how to talk about it. And I forgot that I can check for Tekken 8 potato mod. I'm looking at potato mods. Maybe this would help with the performance issue a little bit. Or is there... Yeah, let's try this one. Maybe playing Tekken and streaming will distract you a little. Yeah. I honestly wanted to just not do this today as well, but I feel like, nah. It's kind of selfish of me to think this way. Like, I kind of want to stream to distract myself a little bit. And also to connect back with y'all, even though how unstable I am currently. So, I'll apologize if this seems kind of selfish. It's okay. Eris, I haven't seen you play as yourself in game. You're gonna show me at least one round tonight. Oh yeah, I'm planning to play as me in Tekken today. At least for a few matches. Yeah, a few matches. I'm downloading the mod. For the potato mod. Always stage conflicts. Using mods, I need name with the tilde? So I need to play into mods? I offer links. I made the offer cobalt hugs. Oh my god. Hi Kim. Praised? I always appreciate cobalt hugs, thank you. Also, I never said this, but I hope you are doing wonderful. Yeah, I saw that. They have Minoa and Hinoe, and then a lot of like different mods, even for like the Elder Fugen. Very nice stuff. Oh wait, they have Tobi Yomogi and Rogi Dr. Tadori. I think Tobi Yomogi is probably gonna be very adorable. I mean, it's Tobi. Attacks with the V come with small cause of snake nibble. Okay, nibble is fine. Hex mods. Okay, let me put. I don't really feel like it fits. The Rogi is damn cute though. Ooh. I haven't looked at those. I haven't looked at Yomongi and Tadori yet. Okay, the mods are installed. Should probably use state modified. Yeah, that works. 5 days? Yeah. 2 things after 5 days. Two releases. Anyway, I got the potato mod sort of working. You have the solo first, right? Yeah, I want a solo first, and maybe there's like a multiplayer experience, right? I don't know, but yeah, I want a solo first. There is? Okay. I don't even know if I can stream it, to be honest. If I cannot, I might just do a Discord stream then on Monsanto Wilds. Open beta. Open beta is on October 31st. But like, if it's October 31st, it's usually November 1st when it happens. So yeah, there you go. This is them giving an option to do so. Yeah, time zone. Alright, I got the potato mod installed. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I hope that it does. What? Why am I gone? Wait, where's my... Oh, I found it. Okay. Also, I should not have intro fighters on currently. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it close just to reduce as much resource usage as possible. I'm gonna go kill Reina. The strong is Reina, right? There's no flagship going on. No, I don't think there will be. It's just like a demo. 20 minutes, very short time to do since he spawned about 5 to 8 minutes after Dosha Hunt starts. He's sponsoring the storm. Oh yeah, only when the weather changes to storm will he appear. Will Reina appears, right? It's kind of cool. I don't care about the graphics, but I just hope that the game works on my PC. Character creation into intro story if I Chatikabra. Then Toshaguma Hunt itself. Oh, so 30 minutes is not the quest, but the general playtime once you created your character? Because isn't a quest like seamless already? Like there's no more like in between load screens and stuff. You just go straight to the hunt. Just a minute. I'm not sure how it'd be for the intro story. Oh, well, only one way to find out. It is when. What am I looking at? So people can be furries now here? Wow. Hiatus? Hi Sola. Oh yeah, look at that dumbass kobold. Game's very loud. There, okay. Tirachi? Nah, Tylra is Reina. People can be furries now? Yeah. You want to mod in the game? So story is Chashu helped me commission Kureshu Kureshu is the actual modder who modded Tylra into this game, so I was like, wow. Then look at that dumbass kobold. Dumbass. Oh. Oh god, wait, I forgot to invent an antidote for the sunny. Well. I don't know if potato...
Get ready for the next battle.
I don't know if I have potato for Seaside Resort and Genmaji Temple. Goodbye, Bo. You got the Dasani. Yeah, I know, right? It's so good. Yeah, I don't think there's potato here, but it's alright. Oh my god, the frame drop. Oh no. Who is Reina? Reina is the Heihachi's daughter. Would you put a custom model for Heihachi? If there's the mod for that, I would. I don't know how to put custom models into this game. I didn't do it, it was not me. Oh my god. Ooh, crazy wall carry. Droxton could be Heihachi, if it's possible, but I don't think the model for Droxton would work for any character here because of the wings. Of the winged arm. It would be very cursed, I feel like. That's not real. Oh. This is the tech. I usually I saw people do this a lot. And then while still full crouch, and then just like do this. And then it's a launcher. Oh my god. Doesn't work. Curse is where the fun begins. It kinda is. This way we get blessed by lizard hips. Hell yeah. Oh, it doesn't work. Maybe? I don't think that works. Nah. Nah, it doesn't work. Leilong as Heihachi? Oh, you mean my dragon Leilong as Heihachi? It could be possible. Yeah, there's like a lot of frame drops. Let me try changing stages and see how it looks like. I know the earlier stages definitely has potato in them. Sorry.
Get ready for the next battle.
I want to see how potato it gets. Maybe you could reduce the stuttering and also frame drops? Hopefully? Maybe? Is this potato? I don't think this is potato. Nothing really changes. Did the mod not work? Oh wait, no. The frames are like... Wait, the frames are good. Oh, oops. Oh yeah. Oh, wait, the Ogi on that ship? I mean, they could hold back, but still. Yeah, that's real. Oh, but I guess the potato is actually working. I mean, the frames on this stage is a lot more stable. Non-solar? Alright, let's try to go online and play a little bit. I feel like the frame drop could be a lot lower now. Super effective as Solar Dragon was not expecting noms. I mean, Solar is the one that noms, usually. Big dragons nomming each other? I guess it happens. Yeah. My Reina is so extra rusty because I haven't played Reina in a long time. Devil Jim? Let's try Yakushima maybe?
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh. I mean, that looks very cursed, but it is potato. It loads up crazy fast. Where's the wall? Oh, they only rendered the wall. Okay. I mean, it works. We love the zoom in. What's the taunt button again? The taunt? No? Maybe... Oh, there it is. Oh, you can taunt cancel? Am I Brian? Oh wait, that hand looks cursed. That hand looks so cursed. Hello? Hi? Oh, it doesn't work. Too far? I love a woman that could just kill me. Same. Same. Ooh. Damn damage on that shit. Wallace too. Yeah, we can delay that for like a deeper dash. Nice. Y'all should meet my wife sometime. I mean, that would be nice. Right?
Get ready for the next battle.
Broyan? She was trying to murder me one of these days. It's awesome. Okay.
Round one.
Okay.
Fight.
Nice. Oh, I'm dead.
Round two. Fight.
I press 1 to confirm. We're both too patient. Ow, ow. Is that plus? Come on. Mid. I'm too patient. I need to press more buttons. That was good. Minus 13. Too much. I think we're both like too patient. I should open them up by doing a little bit more lows, I guess. I was making nuns, you're my stamina. Making nuns.
Round one. Fight.
What's that? Oh, I pressed button. Oh, that tracks a little bit. I don't.
Round two. Fight.
They always disrespect that.
Round three. Fight.
Good face punish. I don't. Oh, I didn't mean to press that. That was the biggest misinput in my in my entire life. Good punish. Ooh. Thank you, Jade. Good, I low parried. She's in the game. Hi, Paranoia. Yeah. And Tiara's in the game now. If someone could post that in the Discord, I'd appreciate it. I can do it. But that was a good ass, Brian. Also, thank you, Jade. 13 months, thank you. Can you just like copy this link? Thanks for the clip.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, hi. Hope you're doing good. Dragonople? Oh god.
Round one. Fight.
I didn't duck that. Wow. The duck? Oh, the step.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh my god. We have a cheese Dragonov? Oh. Sneak forward. Oh. I need to duck that string. I cannot just keep doing that. It's been too long. Press this after that? That was so bad. Messed up? How to begin? Blue spike. Sneak 4. Running 2. Headshot. Disrespect. Doesn't work. Headshot. Nice. I ducked. Down 2.
Final round. Fight.
That was so bad. Got him. I guess I have to play. Oh, that head doesn't look right. And play more plus frames, I guess. That head looks broken. Stick 4. Good block. Bad punch. I ducked. We traded.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, oh my god. I have to hold up. Ah, I didn't break that. When they come back, we take those.
Round 3. Fight.
Yeah, they press after that. Look at that, they don't know that I'm +1. Oh, ow. I ducked for no reason. I recognized the wrong string. They want it so bad. Oh, the frame drop killed me. What the fuck? Damn, I'm eating all the walls. Catch it? Uh-oh. That was stupid of me. I could have killed at the force crouch situation. The frame drop at the most unfortunate situation there.
Round one. Fight.
Duck. Oh, I delayed too much. Oh? Drakunoku too strong. Good duck. Do we get it? Oh, it's a launcher. Oh, that was too obvious. They try low pairing so hard.
Round three. Fight.
Oh, what the fuck was that? That doesn't leave me in the airborne state. Sneak forward. Catch it. Fair enough. The snowball is crazy. Good stuff. Duck. They duck a lot on that now. Oh. Can I break that? Duck. I pressed one. I might be dead. Rage out? Oh, rage out? If rage out here, I don't think it kills. Yeah, the stage hazard. Oh, snake edge. I was jabbing. Oh god. Oh, good grab. That was such a read. Wake up, soup. I'm dead. Oh! They're dead! They're actually dead. Get robbed. That's what you get for doing snake edge after a heat burst? After a heat dash, I'm sorry. Anything could have killed other than snake edge, that's funny. Like literally anything kills. Other than snake edge. We take those, we take those.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, I gave them the butt. Ooh, that doesn't work. Hi, Shanna. How are you? I'm doing alright. I'm doing, I'm doing way better than the past few days. That's for sure. But yeah, I do hope you're doing good as well. Tyra in Tekken, yeah. Had this mod for a while. It's amazing. Oh. .53 damage out of a down for 2. I mean, it's not bad.
Get ready
The
for
tail,
the next
yeah.
battle.
The tail is constantly lifted up for good measure. Oh jeez, look at the Tekken prowess of this person.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, my timing is so bad. We got him. We take the step. Good. What a step, that was good. Let's watch this cutscene for a little bit. Get rid of the grey life, get my own health back. I'm going in for the kill. Woo! I'm sorry, I'm dead! Good stuff. Adieu!
Round 3. Fight.
Ooh, they step a lot. Ooh, my step. My homing move. Magnifique. Elegant. Ooh, mid-range. Ooh, all the small Tekken, hello?
Final round. Fight.
Nice. Oh no. Good timing. Good check. I did Sentai 4. Yeah, Sentai 4 too many times. They checked towards the end, which is good.
Round one. Fight.
Oh jeez. Yeah, too many times, too many times. Matterhorn, okay. That was lucky.
Round two. Fight.
Nice. Big check. Good mid. Good duck. They didn't expect that, no? I'm dead. I should use less back 4. They're stepping a lot. Back 2 instead, how about? Oh, nice. Oh my god. Ooh, what a hop kick! I might be dead. No, this doesn't kill. I think the heat burst actually scaled it a little bit more. Oh, good mid.
Fight.
Ooh, what a whip punish! Whip punish! That was so good. Oh my god, I ducked. Third hit! You actually went for it! Madman. Good duck, there already. Damn, so good. A lot of beautiful snaps there. Cute girls fighting, yeah. Yeah, Lily's side step's really fucking good.
Get ready for the next battle.
Can we complain? Yeah, true. I mean, I'm not even complaining too, like... That Lily played amazingly. Oh, we got 3 Tyras now. we got buy one get one free. You know, we got buy one get one free Tyra, and then we got the entire Tyra today. Damn, good stuff. -7. Fucking nice. Damage. Ooh. Oh yeah, we got a brick. Hi, Chashu. Weird. Oh my god. Oh, it's so hard though. Yeah, it's too hard. I don't think it's worth. I think this is a good mid-screen ender. Heaven and Earth. Hunting Hawk. This one into this. And good wall carry as well. Okay. Trust in the Merp? Yeah. Merp gets some good fish. Or Kazuya? I kinda want to play Heihachi as well. Like, Heihachi looks fun as hell to play.
Fight.
Demon Pop. Vulture. Nice. Check. Okay, this guy just press buttons. What? What? Hi, Becky.
Round 2. Fight.
Ooh, that was beautiful. Ow. That was sweet. Neutral. That's fine. That was sweet. Nice.
Round 3. Fight.
Ooh, what a stab. That was sweet. Aye. That was too hard for me. Chip chip. Delay. Good punish. Hell sweep. Hell sweep. Nah. Oh, high level. You're in the game. I'm in the game. Look at this combo kicking ass. Hell yeah. Big jump. Hell sweep. I got a spring. Nope. Hell sweep. Bad punish. Oh, they have no patience. Let's go. Yeah, they have no patience. I have to play with my plus frames. Plus 5. Didn't punish that. Ow. They like flowchart. Don't play with your plus frames. They were crouched. Yeah, I did it vitamin times. Good awareness. Ooh, nice combo. Le combo. Ooh. Oh no, Ray! We got him. I have Hell Sweep too. Look at that broken head. We love that. Also, I hope you are doing good. Welcome. Are you proud of this kobo beating ass? Patience? Wow. I need to punish that. I have no patience. I'm still plus. I'm still plus. All that sequence, I'm still plus. Let's go. J. Nice. Bad punish. I'm plus. I'm doing it again. I'm actually doing it again. Okay, no. Plus. Hell sweep. Petricite fist. Wee! Got him. Nice. I'm plus. I'm plus. Good shit. Hell sweep. Steel pedal. Ah, you got too greedy, buddy. Hi Zandig. Hi Ixon. I'm very proud of you. Oh my god, I'll take those. 60 bow going hard? Yeah, I'm doing the punch kick. Hi Ixon. Hi Zandig. Broken head? Nah, Tylra's Snake is super flexible. Probably. I believe that. Those poses so when they kick, they're gonna get beamed on their face. I never noticed how broken the feet are when I do this. Like, the broken feet. Oh god, what is that? I actually see some people do this combo. $69? $63. Oh, it's actually more damage? Kobo so strong, the breaking toes heal instantly. I'm too good. Maybe I'm actually the whole cage. Kicks should deal damage to you with your speed. I know, right? Taken 8 fans. Wow, look at this dedicated fan. 200k power prowess on Heihachi? Crazy. Jade.
Fight.
Good confirm. I think that's down for 2 punishable.
Round 2. Fight.
Ooh, that was good. Ooh, what a stab! Holy shit! Beautiful. Combos. I'm so far away from the wall. Good confirm, that was so good. This guy's really good. Very solid.
Fight.
Down for 2, down for 2. I can punish that. I think that's plus for me. Plus. Ooh, very scary. Hi, coming. To be fair, the model was made to be this tall. I'm sure if you reduce Tylra's size back down to normal levels, then the feet breaking will barely be noticeable, if at all. Yeah, I mean, to see this in action is already a blessing. Good punish. Nice. Ooh, the read. Very aware. Home Q hustle. Ooh, they keep going for that option. Ow! Oh jeez, what just happened? Down for 2. Oh my god, I thought they're gonna throw. Good shit. This guy's so aware of what's going on. Needs a giant tail spikes like dragon for extra damage. Anything helps at this point.
Get ready for the next battle.
And folding Kobo in half, it happens. It's okay. Kobo is very you know, I went through stress test toys. I mean, I can get quite like, I think me getting folded in half is fine, question mark? You know, like the stress test, you know how they do like a lot of like squishing, stretching on the product. You know that like, oh, you know the meme back then?
For the next battle.
Like a very fast forwarded video.
Round one. Fight.
Oh god, I'm dead. That was so stupid. Truly purple rank gameplay. Oh god. Kobo is the stress test toy. Nice. Ooh, nice combo. Oh my god. So Kobo is durable? Yeah. Oh god, back four. Kobo is very flexible, very durable. They can be to live around dragons. Yeah. It's like the most important trait. Use Kobo as toy? Always. Ow. Oh god, that's free. Back four? Oh my god. My stubby legs. I'm the only third saying that. An intro Kobo would most likely fight with Paul's feet and Python. Yeah. I'll lick Kobo. I always get I always allow Dragon to lick Kobo. Always. That's plus. Okay. Jip.
Round two. Fight.
Hello? My combos doesn't work anymore? Nice hop kick. Oh! Oh, nice, I'm dead. They messed up. See? I'll fight for it. There's no reason we can't share. Everyone can get a piece of kobo, yeah. Ooh, small Tekken. Got him. Now share code with the rest of chat. Oh, don't worry about that, it's fine. My paws are not stabbing into my own brain, it's okay. Hello? Did that whiff? Do that always whiff against Lee? I'm still plus. Nice. Back up. Oh, slide. Oh, we take those. Yeah, fair enough. Perfect. Oh, I was too late. Oh, wait, that's elbow. I don't think I can parry that. Perfect. Got him. Nah, you're gonna respect the minus when I have rage art, buddy. What if we touch tongues while licking the kobo? Ayo? Exactly, ayo. We can pass Tylra. Oh, we can pass Tylra around? Yeah, yeah. I like that. Oh. Nice. Ah! Nice. I may be dead. Oh. Got him. What if we kiss with the kobo near armor? Oh my god. Ooh. Ooh, wait a minute. Oh.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh goodness me, not in public. I need to modify this. Nice, there we go. Sounds like a positive for all parties involved. Things are getting steamy in chat. Yeah. The boop boop, the elbow. I just love boops in general. Ooh. Whoa. Ayo. Oh, but it worked just then. Weird. Oh, this one is only -6? Yeah, sure, 6%. I'm expecting somewhere around Yoshi, Alisa, Xiaoyu, I think?
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh no. Oh, Heihachi. Maybe it's just like a bit of a connection mishap happened so that they have the 6%. Let's go, Oto-sama. Interesting, Heihachi. I'm just gonna disrespect. Oh, okay. I did. Explosion? No. Yeah, gonna think about it. Nice, nice, nice. I had no patience there. They tried Omen. Is that? Ooh, guts! Guts! Ow, Dad, holy shit! I deserve this, I'm so stupid. Wonder what other games Kobo can be ported to? Valheim is one. Godbreak. That's -13. And plus. Nice, good parry. Honky Otase. Ow. Had a feeling. Nice. Ooh. I ducked. Oh my god. Why is this buttons, man? I know there's a Lethal Company mod that might work too. I tried to port my model into Lethal Company, but I don't know how to do it, honestly. But yeah, I think that looks very possible. Honky Otase. That too, come on. Oh, good choice. Ooh, you almost got the combo, man. That was so beautiful. I should duck that. Not that punishable. Nice.
Round 3. Fight.
Computer. Got him. Tanoshina. Oto-sama. I have so much respect for Heihachi. Oh, okay. They don't like Reina, I guess.
Get ready for the next battle.
This is the prime example of people who can take W's but not L's. It's very normal. The raccoon cat who I watch plays has a whole group of fluff butts in the game. I should probably ask how next time. That would be nice. but then again, I feel like I looked at a few tutorials out there and it's just like there's so many coding works that I don't know what's going on. Your digit great legs are so cute. I'll take it. Up tail zoom during the KO. Intended. Don't worry about it.
Round 1. Fight.
Then duck that. Hit. Oh my god, what's at the high crush?
Round 2. Fight.
This guy is all flowcharts. All flowcharts, this person. Sneak 4? Catch it? I didn't back that. Catch it? Got him.
Round 3. Fight.
Lows. Oh, good choice. I didn't break that. It's a generic throw. I should be able to break that. Yeah, they're very flowcharty. And I have my own flowchart as well, come on. Possibly only to steal kobo ourselves. Oh, 4+ strength in the chat is defending avenging kobo. For sharing. We steal the kobo. Also just claw incinerator attack. Yeah! Oh god. Interesting combo. My package is not clean. Sneak 4. Swing kick. Doesn't work! Holy shit, Dragunov. Oh my god. Oh, way too many times. Nice combo. Hits grounded, so stupid. No. I can still disrespect that. Nice, I ducked. Yeah! I jabbed twice. Ow! Good choice. I heat bursted there. I tried to burst. Nah, don't do that shit. Come on. Flowcharts. I got those. I still got those flowcharts. Yeah, I clawed his stomach. D.
Get ready for the next battle.
Given a good old dick twist. The old dick twist. Go for some freaking kill when she tries to be mean. I'm mean, what do you mean? The old dick twist. Oh. Wait, does less damage? 轻冲轻 OK， 我开始讲华语了哈。我讲华语的话，你们听不懂也不用紧，其实。你们听不懂，只要知道你们要保护姑婆就好了。哎呦，丢！This one is too no， 那个太远了。感觉有时候 stream 的时候啊，很习惯讲英文的。Also, hi Brin. Kobo doesn't have a mean bone in her. Oh, it's like that. 可能哦。那一个 bone 你们也不知道是哪一个，可以讲。 这个也才60哎。啊，这个比较痛啊，63哦。你kobo could 呢 ？I could what？ 哦 ，nice。Fish for kobo booty？ 哦，I haven't sorry， 我还没有放到我的屁股进去。感觉已经几个礼拜了，应该有2个礼拜了。2个礼拜啊，还是很多黑哈气耶。来吧。哇的哇，我不知道华爷怎样讲哎，他们的 set 很准哦。空脑打吗 ？Hello， 我死了！可以。Fish for kobo booty? Fish for kobo booba? Oh my god. ここまでじゃ。黑牙七太帅了哎。OK。OK。本気を出せ。哎呦 delay。哦，我读呢。可以，应该是 -14啊。Oh, sweet. Okay.哇！我裂开了！啊，是，太恐怖了！我的 instinct 被他气吓死了，真的是。可以，这个黑黑气很厉害的。 哎呦，真的要多一点耐心。他们有 Rage 的时候要很耐心的，不可以这按不短的。哎呦，还有机会吗？可以。哦，这真的是。可以。好可怕！Hit this old man! Got him. Ashi. Tanoshina. Do you want to be? I don't think I'm in the problem. Oh, the fish pond. Also me if I'm not already in there. Okay. Oh, yo. Okay. Oh, 可以。Oh, okay. Oh, yo, 痛哦 I'm losing patience. Cannot be like that. So crisp. Oh, mid. Ooh. The timing so strong. Key charge, okay. I don't know what I did, but I guess they don't like playing against Reina. Two 282k key charging and a 150k player. Alright. The toxicity sometimes. You ready to take some breaths, Kobo? Yeah. Hi, Kian. I will never understand those who key charges at the end of the match. Can the opponent see the combo? No, this is only client side. Oh! Hi, Drox6. Welcome. Love the eye animation poses. I mean, there's also a taunt. And then you can cancel it. Is it a restart? Neutral block their force crouch. Anything they do will be interrupted though. By a jab. 10%? Okay. Wouldn't want to play against that as well. Or moisturize? Yeah. Sure. Gets Kobo all wet by pouring water on her? Yeah. I mean, I need to moisturize. Oh, it's gym. It's the gym. Dominance block and ambition? Jin Senpai? Scourge! Oh, nice. 1+2? 3-2. I'm dead. Nice.
Round 2. Fight.
Huge. Oh, Samsara. 2 highs. Crush them. Crazy. This is truly gym experience. Scourge. Going down. Scourge. 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 Scourge.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Mascute? Whoa. Scourge! Scourge! Just spam Scourge, says Jim.
Fight.
Oh, second hit. Scourge! I'll do it. Oh, come on. Should be a move where you consume a llama and become dragon. Yeah. We all know you're broken, Jin. Scourge! Wet kobo? When you play Jin, just spam down too. Yeah. They know. They took notes. Scourge! Scourge! Nice mid. Yeah. Scourge!
Round 2. Fight.
Scourge! This guy's playing all the cheese possible. Scourge! Counter launcher! High crush, mid crush. Scourge! Yeah. Fuck this guy.
Round 3. Fight.
Think your down 2 ass is good? Fuck you. Okay. That's good tech. Down for 2. Scourge high crush. 2, 2, 1, 4. I'm the best. Yeah. We know.
Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle.
More gym. All right.
Round one. Fight.
Yeah. That's sweet. +4. Okay. Oh, good choice.
Round three. Fight.
Oh, I pressed the button. This guy did not spam Scourge, I'm so surprised. Like, it's a broken moves abusive. I don't expect to wander into Tylra beating people above an unloaded void. No, this is potato mod to make it easier for my PC to perform. Also, hi Sim. There it is, the Scourge noise. Scourge! Mix.
Round two. Fight.
+4. Armor. Oh, nice.
Round three. Fight.
Nice, I did that too. Okay. Where are you aiming at, Reina? Sorry, where am I aiming at? Mid? Good call.
Round four. Fight.
Nice. We got him. What'd you do to the game? The floor? Oh yeah, potato mop. The void is a good place to fight, but seeing the very adorable and sweet kobo fight is just not something I ever imagined seeing. It's a kobo.
Get ready for the next battle.
Woke up and chose violence kind of situation. I woke up and I became a grumpy bull, and I decided to just beat up everyone. Minus 14? Minus 10? Delay hop kick. 4%? Bro, the combo fighting in the void.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh no, what did I do to deserve this? Beating up everyone except those who won it. What? No, why Alisa? Alright, okay.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh my god, it's a counter hit. Jesus.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, Jesus. Good luck. Ain't gonna rage art? No rage art from this Alisa? I'm so surprised. Jesus. Just press buttons way better than she does.
Round 4. Fight.
What the fuck? I'll do it again. Should duck that. And that. Oh, you rage art now. Interesting. So many strings I didn't even duck. Hate this bitch. Actually livid. They think that's so good too.
Round 1. Fight.
Ayo, why are you like this?
Round 2. Fight.
Fail. What the fuck? Wasn't I crouching? Didn't duck that. High crush. Warrior flying. Out of some, man. They don't need fundies. They're not gonna play. They play? Okay. I mean, my fundies are bad, but they have 0. They're being carried by this character. This is like the prime example of you don't need any button. Always shows the option. Oh my god. Ikimasu? Ikimasu? I'm gonna chainsaw you to death. Fair enough, they always do that. So that move leaves me standing, question mark. I guess so, yeah. Oh! It's a mid-high. Wait, let me try to recognize some strings here. That's fucking safe? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. I should duck that. Do the string again. Yeah, mid, high, mid. I'm safe. Yeah, they're gonna press, I know. Mid, high, mid. Okay, I shouldn't be doing that. My down 4 they always retaliate with throws. I'm dead. Actually, you are dead. Just updated the autopsy. Turns out you're the dead body, actually. Love that. It's actually from a video that I watched recently.
Get ready for the next battle.
It genuinely upsets me to see Tylra get hurt. They don't want to protect the kobo and murder them. It kind of makes me upset too, but at the same time, it makes me so happy to see the kobo in action in this game. But yeah, I see where you're coming from. Kobo on the throne where they belong. Yeah. In a way, it kind of drives me to be better at the game, instead of just like you know, complaining like I did just now, but I just really don't like Alyssa. It requires no skill, you can just pilot the character's gonna carry you to actually purple rank. Like, I need to remember, to those who doesn't have Fundies, just do this. I'm +1. They're not gonna block this. They don't know that I'm +1 and this is uninterruptible. Anything that they do will get jabbed out of it. Other than ducking. Ducking and I think some... I mean, of course you have Yoshi, who can just flash 6 frames. And I think Power Crush works, question mark? I'm +1 and then I can keep doing this against people who doesn't know that I'm actually +1. Supportive wiggles and dark hugs to empower the kobo, and kobo feels so strong. Thank you. Nice. AFK? $78. $73. Why is it suddenly heavy rain outside? Oh god. It's okay. It's only heavy rain. There's no storming. Hi, numbers. Welcome, welcome. Cutiebo, we have a cutie snake here. Hope you're doing good, numbers. Nope, not cute. I mean, you say that, numbers, but I cannot say you're not cute though. What did I do? What stat do they see that they don't want to play against me? Am I like 20% disconnection rate? Do they recognize something on my end that they don't want to play against me? Question mark? That's a 5 bar. There's no reason to deny other than some other situations that they don't want to play against me. Right? Sometimes I don't get it.
Get ready for the next battle.
You are though? Drat. But I'm beating people up. I don't know if that's cute or not. I love how almost everyone has S+ on attack frequency. As if that's the game, you know, the game is to attack. Elegant. Feisty rabbit. Ah. The duck. Interesting lately. What?
Round 2. Fight.
Hi, Crush. Picture. Picture. Actually finished the string. Didn't record that. Snackage. Damn, it suddenly became yellow bar. Hello. Picture. His numbers? Yeah. Here is also though. Oh my god, that crouch state. Eek. Oh. Oh. The shimmicks. Nice. You messed up! Oh my god, we got the cursed Tylra.exe. Who fished it? Uh-oh. Dragon got it. Well, you're gonna live with the demon kobold now. Number is such Glypho Snake. I know.
Fight.
Ah. The duck. Nice move. Magnifique. Magnifique. Oh no. I don't think you guys heard the demon kobold sound actually. I pressed the button again. I have no patience, I'm so bad. Magnifique. Uh oh. Mid? It's 11. Got him.
Round 3. Fight.
Come on, I reacted to that. Don't do it twice. I can slowly react to it. Slowly. How do I? Oh my god, snakeage. Nice mid. I think this kills. Yeah, this kills. A demon combo all for myself. Yeah. I have numbers. Always have numbers. I'm not dead yet. Mom, give me a second chance. Got him. Hi, Muffin. Oh my god, more dragon here. I'm so happy.
Get ready for the next battle.
Steel Muffin? I don't have a steel command. I have a smooch. It's always funny when they do the big move just too early. It kinda does. They're showing all their cards when they just started against someone else. I think not showing too many cards at first is actually a really big move. Like, you realize that I do like these moves a lot lesser. Only towards the end that I do these. It's like, huh. And then there's also this slow. I should remember that this is a good round end. Because this into... Boop. Although it's death on block though. Muffin's an amazing dirt. Yeah. I can definitely agree to that 100%. It's okay, I'm so stealable that no command is necessary. So I can steal Muffin as well. Hordes Muffin all for myself along with everyone's in chat. Don't share. Also, that pet emote really gets me going. That pet emote is truly something else. Ooh. Okay. Good, I wouldn't want to play against that. I'm sharing by holding everyone. Okay, I'll take it. And Sim's a lovely supportive Virgo there. Yes.
Battle.
And very adorable. Fluffy Dirk, adorable. At this point you might need to convince Ixen to share. Which penny with this one? Yeah, that one. It's actually so good. Oh my god. Yo! It's so lovely. It's so well done. Yo! No flash? Flash? There it is. I can't just give up fighting Yoshimitsu just because of the flash. Flash? More flash? So obnoxious dealing with flash. Oh Jesus. Yo! Oh my jeez. Yo! Can I take her on? What the fuck? Flash! Oh my god. Yeah, we know. That slight knockdown, everything, oh my god, everything Yoshi does is so obnoxious to deal with. What? It's a natural hit launcher? This dumb fuck character, man. And then of course he has that. Yeah. Why do I even bother? Back sway unblockable. Oh my god. So done. Unreactable, unblockable. We love that. Natural hit launcher. Yeah, sure. Go on with your broken ass character. Okay. Jesus, that really gets me going. Fuck. Oh, hi Zareen. You cannot do anything against Yoshi. It's so stupid. Imagine being pet like that. There would be so many happy dirt noises and kobo noises as well. Yeah. Most people crush on Muffin. What they walk into? A lot of pet going on, I guess. What's your language? You don't tell me to watch my language when I'm fighting against a fucking Yoshimitsu, please. Not on Yoshi and Xiaoyu and Alisa. The other times, yeah, sure. And me simping as usual. I thought I'm the one that's supposed to be simping. When you aren't simping? I thought that's me. How did that work? You see one Dirk USB simping already, I guess? Yeah.
Get ready for the next battle.
One Dirk in Kobo's vicinity? Yeah. What if we have... It would be funny to have two Kobos here, right? Okay, yeah, no, of course.
Round one. Fight.
I didn't expect that to hit. Nice. Oh. Armor? Oh, kick there? Wow. Oh shit, that down foot too. Thank you, Sight Wall, I guess? Oh, I'm dead. I got. Ooh. Excuse me? Punish? No punish? I think I'm dead. Yeah, that doesn't kill. There are 7 Dirks in chat, and I can still train both in the art of combat and in the art of dragon appreciating. Yeah, I'm good. Hell yeah. Oh, the random down for 2s, I need to look out for that. And then plus. What the fuck? The second hit. Doing all the mental stacks now. Armor. Nope. I pressed one. Oh jeez.
Round 1. Fight.
Neutral. Mid.
Round 2. Fight.
Down for one? I don't care. If you rage out, I just take the damage. I have too many health left. I'll take the pressure. Nice. Okay. Oh, didn't break that. Oh, good confirm. My package is not clean, man. Yeah, I challenged that. Mid. Oh, good timing. I was waiting for it too, that's why I didn't press as much buttons, but the timing on Rage Art is good.
Final round. Fight.
That was stupid. Oh. Okay, holy shit. Cannot accept that. Guaranteed. Oh my god, my sidestep. Unfortunate. My input, my movement input is getting more and more dirty. I'm getting clipped too much by like people just pressing buttons. When clearly I can just like block that if my input is clean enough, but look at Dragon smooch her while she's distracted. I mean, if I'm being distracted while getting a smooch, I'll probably not notice it and just be like, wait, it's like find the dragon, where? Like where's the dragon?
Round one. Fight.
Stop hitting my leg. Oh my god. Oh, nice. Of course you would. Do it again. I don't think that works. They're gonna recover it in time. I was so slow on that. I was so slow. Didn't duck that. Nice. Round two. Why do I always fight against Dragunov in this stage when Dragunov excels so much? Nice.
Round three. Fight.
Good stuff. Is that... Oh god. Cheese. All the cheese towards the end. I'm so cheese. I'm leaking cheese just now. The cheese is forming in my body. That cheese is actually manifesting within my brain. The cheese. Nice. One too many. Oh, snake 4.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, snake edge? Wow. Oh, nice. Headshot? Good armor. Got him.
Round 3. Fight.
Nice. Sabaki. Nice. Whole game. Come back. We love that. Learn how they play. They like armor moves so much. They're throwing unsafe move a lot, so yeah. At least I'm not a dragon, it's just a cute bee fox. He killed Kobo with a crotch punch. Yeah, there's a dick jab in this game. Wow. Dick jab. It's okay, I got him back. I casually paused on Nixon. Hey yo, not in public. How about me? Stretches the show of dragon-ishness. Hey, you don't need to stretch. I already know how dragon-ish you are. Not pause off. Publix is fine. It's totally innocent. You know the thing cats do when they paw on you. Oh, like they bap on you a few times. That one. Stick dragon tail on round start. Oh Jesus, this is. Oh, I'm getting schmixed. What the fuck is this slow player? Oh, fair enough. The classic heat dash into Rage Art. Look out for Dragon Tail. They're gonna spam it because they know I cannot react to it.
Round 2. Fight.
Hello, game? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I like that. Dragon tail. I'm plus. Dragon Tail? I'm minus. I think the last hit is high on that move. Let me try to punish that. Oh god. They're not gonna play me again, I can 100% sure of this. It's a punish. It's a perfect punish too. Oh man. I really cannot react to Dragon Tail. They're not gonna play. Yeah, see? I know. Why? Because they don't want people to learn how they play, so they take a W and run off. People like this need to just get off the internet.
Get ready for the next battle.
Like, they're not even contributing to the community, they're just making people feel like shit.
Get ready for the next battle.
Like, if they do a best of 3, I wouldn't be this mad. Like, beat me out because I cannot react to a Dragon Tail? Sure. But if you take one single win and then run away and don't run it back, you don't deserve anything. Like, Jesus fucking. What? I think they're plus 6, that is still jet. Patience. Oh, second hit. Ow. Low. I forgot Fang actually speaks Chinese. Oh. Kick, holy shit, what a call out. You don't need to do that, oh my god. Nice, good timing. Notice though and try to get in there. Why are you... I assume you're trying to, like, low parry there, not teabagging. Oh, nice. Oh, can't pop. Plus. Oh. Plus. Oh. Oh, the timing. Why not, right? Ow! Going down. Hi! Good intro. How did the campo work when you're at the corner? What the fuck? There we go. This game just promotes those for some reason. Or crotch punch? We call them dick jabs, right? I may tell, but I can't really get bottom surgery. That's fair. That's my combo, they're crotch punching too. White tail is so popular, but our strikes is showing off. I want tail, yeah. Right? Ah, Kenpo! Nice combo. What was that? Don't pick Twee. Kenpo, so good. Need to get in more. Ooh, the second hit tracks. Oh. I'm gonna press? Yep. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Gonna do this. Oh. Do it again. Do this. Mid. There we go.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh. Oh my god, hop kick! Good stuff. Kushio! I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Cough, 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 what's going on? Something that, huh? Oh, second hit. Tio! Cool. Don't do that. Fair enough. Oh, thank you, Ixon. Who said head down? That would imply a different kind of showing off. What? Ass up, head down? Oh! Still plus. Let's go. Think about maybe something really nice. What? I don't know what's going on. Flaunting a dick about? What? Anyone mentioned dick?
Get ready for the next battle.
Think about that, we're just pulling. Yeah, I mean, I like tails. I mean, I want to have a huge tail as well. It's good. Like, you know, having a huge tail and just wagging it around. It's like, yeah. Come over and miss the whole convo. What? Let me check.
Get ready for the next battle.
Okay, crouch button. But I'm not sure why my tail is so popular, but I stretch to show it off. Because tails are hot and sexy, obviously one of the best limbs on the dragon. I mean, yeah, that's tail. Oh, we have Feihachi.
Round one. Fight.
Oh god. Oh, I'm dead. Nice combo. Nice. Hunting hop. Oh, got him.
Round two. Fight.
Good call out. Oh, I did it too late. Honkyu Tosu. Nice choice. Oh god, good shit.
Round three. Fight.
Ah, bad punish. Warrior instinct. Nice. They didn't do it. Good. That was a big win. When combo realized chat is possibly not thinking about tails, what other thing could there be than tail? If not a tail? Just confirm. Hit yourself a tail in the meanwhile. Cough, cough, cough. I don't know what else could be tail than tail though. And widening of the stance to give the tail more room to move. I don't get it. Oh, I delayed it. Oh god, nice. They messed up. Honkyu Tosu. +1. I might be dead. It's a Hachi. Confirm! Let's go! Okay, okay.
Round two. Fight.
Oh, were you aiming at me? Oh god. Oh, the damage.
Holy shit. That's it. That's it. You're letting me out of the wall, thanks. Fair enough. I thought. Oh, I press forward. It was so nasty, what the fuck? I'm sorry, Heihachi, for doing you this dirty. Nice. Hiding bracket. Okay. Nice mid. Full screen. Don't challenge them. I still have chance. Nice. Good. Oh, nice. Don't challenge that. Ashi? Ashi, good stuff. Ashi. Reina.
Ashi. Reina. Hey, I'm still trying to catch up, chat. Would you like it? What? That's like kind of showing off. You're really think I won't be starting to realize. No, I didn't realize anything. But seems like I missed the whole combo. There's a pretty good tail and it's very tasty. But don't eat tail though. Nice. Kobo may definitely enjoy catching up on chat. Probably? I mean, I always enjoy looking at chat. Ooh. Chimeru? Among catching on other things? Nice, that's plus. Oh! Oh, nice. Game? Hashish? plus. I could kill them there. Oh my god, damage! Holy shit, the Ashi! Oh my god. Honkyu Tosu. They got good combos. I ducked. Good challenge. Ashi! Oh my god, that's a perfect? Yeah, waking up, man. Oh my Jesus, what the fuck is that range? Did they just extended the range? Holy shit. Actually, good stuff, man, I have to say. Yeah, Warrior Instinct 442 just like extended like crazy, man. Kobo missing out on some very displayed tails. Kazimir, hi. There's so many tails on display here, might as well call that chat. Call chat a library? What? But why library? It's not book, it's tail. Stripey? I'm getting the slipper, this is a gun with. It's just tail though. Truly a bowl of water. Trying to make it fun. Cobalt Monk? Yeah, I'm just punching people. You know, might as well strap you to Milka. Can you milk a tail? Going full concentrate mode meal and chat making up for it. But how do you milk a tail? How about we? I mean, no talk, only display. You two are going in. Damn, what about me? You can't lick my tail, silly. I'm not even a cat. But how do you milk tail? Going in. Nobody said anything about tail. I mean, Milka is definitely for dicks, no? Jake forgetting about the dragon. My tails right now? I mean, that's a good looking tail. Need to cool off. Fish with Jake. Very definitely talking about tails. I mean, all I see is just tails. Have off that overheating brain. But it's just tail. Jade's fish Jade stick. I know I want, but not. Jade, you spend too much time around it. You do not do that combo of fish and catch. What did they catch? Ask Jake this before. Lavender is not. Oh, they call it lavender. I didn't even know this. I mean, lavender. Hell yeah. Don't ask. I think strangers to show my delicious tail, but don't eat tail. There's no difference because they're the one that doesn't get asked in that thing, right? Tail. Oh, that tail. Oh, story. So library. Muffin, show a tail off. Come on, need to see Muffin tail. It's not mine. Oh, it's Nun's tail. I mean, I have a tail. I have a tail emo. No, that's exactly why I wanted to catch using his stick. Genius when you show mine, I don't have a tail emo. In case you want to tell this, it's rare, no? Can borrow mine. I think he has my red if he wanted to see my tail. I have extra. Oh, red. Not tail? What do you mean not tail when everyone is talking about tail? Tail is definitely not being used as a substitute for anything else. What could tail be? We're past tail showing? But always show tail, no? because Jade is amazing. It is. I agree. Stretch this out some more. Leave our tail nice and high into the sky. I mean, yeah, tail. Imagine a dragon showing off their tail, Tylra. I mean, if they're showing off their tail, I'm just gonna climb on it, no? Not imagine what you can see.
Get ready
Butthole?
for the next battle.
But then, oh yeah, I mean, lift up tail would definitely show from position. Yeah, but don't I see that dragon butt? I mean, what? Imagine why I frequently show you with my tail in DM. Did you show me my? Did you show me your tail? I'm. Wait,
Get ready for
what?
the next battle.
I'm so confused though. So is it not the girls? What? What? Huh? But what other? What other thing could there be when it's just tail though? What? Wait, I am actually so confused. What's going on? Oh, that's punishable. Oh, sweet. Oh god, that was so good. Got him. There's feeling that anything apart from girls exists. When you tell her it's okay. Oh, oh my god, that was so fast. That's sweet. That's sweet. Good punish. Ooh, so tight. Oh, I didn't duck that. It's a punish and a half. Why did it always whiff? Does it not whiff against Devil only? The punish. Nice. That was sweet. Okay, lucky.
Final round. Fight.
Oh my god. Got him. Nice too. Girls and what seem to be girls is a surprise inside the slit. I mean, something inside the slit will be a dick, no? How is he doing it? Hi, Solus.
Fight.
They're really good at placing their own hell sweeps. Got him.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice! Holy shit! I pressed. Nice. Ooh, beautiful. I'm sensing a hell sweep incoming. Good punish. Nice intro. Yeah. Got him. That is true, you connected the first two dots. Yeah, it's funny not realize that she's missed over half an hour of displays. I don't... Wait. Tail... How is Tail Dick?
Get ready for the next battle.
Tail is not Dick? I mean, Tail is Tail. Here, if you show Tail, Oh, I see, but... Oh, Chat just standing here swinging her tails in the face and she's too busy punching people to notice. What's in the same region? Butthole? I mean, if I lift my tail, then I'm showing off my boot, isn't it? But oh. Swinging tails, yes, but here we go. Sausage? So, tail is dick? Wait, I don't get why tail is dick. I mean, look, if you guys want to talk about like milkers and shit, then go to my DMs. It'll make me so happy. It's the front tail, but we've been using one as the other for this entire time. But I mean, sometimes I guess. Look, I'm dense. Okay, wait, no, I am incredibly dense sometimes. When I see tail, it's just tail in my brain, and then I don't know what other thing it could be. Like I couldn't connect the dots between tail and a dick. It's the front tail. So if I replace all the channels for the past half an hour to all a replaced tail with dick is what's going on? I've been pegged now. You're not dance, you said to do the big punch. If you read from the start, it'll be more obvious. Is it?
For the next battle.
Wait, I thought I read from the start. Droid, yes. No. It'd be a lot more obvious if we went from the... Oh, I guess I missed the start. It's okay, I'm punching people.
Round 1. Fight.
I delayed it. Nice, 1-1-1. Good that. Still ducking. Guess I really wanted. Okay.
Round 2. Fight.
Damn, this guy has good defense. 2. Nice, I should duck that. Oh.
Round 3. Fight.
That was wild.
Round 4. Fight.
Nice. Oh, the duck for 10 years. Oh, this is some all damage.
Final round. Fight.
Nice. Vicious back. Oh, good timing. Got him.
You win. Round 1. Fight.
Nice. Ooh, that was good. Get up.
Round 2. Fight.
I think. Ooh, hyper, hyper. Oh, nice.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, nice. That messed up. Nice. Oh. Look. Good mid. Oh, hi, Kicckin. I didn't break that. Guaranteed. Nice. That was a clutch step into down for 2. I'm missing a lot of chanting. Good morning, Kicckin. How's our favorite purple kobo doing? I'm doing a lot better than the past few days, definitely. Like a lot more better. Okay, if I can give, it'd be a lot more obvious if we went for the start. Okay, I gave you a tail hug which should not be substituted. I mean, a tail hug is nice. Would not be substituted, so hugging my tail actually nice. If you do that with your not tail, I'm just impressed. You can tell her kobo, you know, no, using kobo for kobo specialty. I mean, I guess I don't mind. I mean, of course I don't mind. It's with a dragon. To be fair, some front tails can hug. I mean, that is like a really long and slender one. Does it exist? And it's very impressive. You have my attention. Might or might not dabble in prehensile abilities every now and then. Don't know what that means. No, you don't. You suck real good, actually. Look at the numbers in the soup bowl. Putting in extra effort for you. No, you first. Hope you're doing good, Kicckin. A treat. What? FAP to hear that. If I did, there would generally be only 5 people in this channel who haven't seen Tail Job. Ooh, look at that tail. Oh my goodness. There's someone out in chat already following the tails. I mean, tail's good. And the tail hug is even better. I mean, look at this tail. My hand hurts. Does it only work on Devil Jim? Devil Jim? Very low on tail emotes at the moment. Only have, I mean, that's not bad. I know you cannot tail emotes and Twitch doesn't allow the other tail. I mean, if we are talking about the other front tail, then it's very understandable, no? Foxtails are very nice, of course. Yeah. Not gonna lie, fluffy tails feels nice between my tails. Okay, that fluffy tails feel nice between my tail. So okay, the first one is fluffy tail, and then between my tail, that tail is kick. Why you went at 30 minutes not even realizing? Oh. I'm busy punching people. Fluffy sandwich. If a scaly talks about more than one tail, they're definitely not talking about tails. If a fox does, they're just a
Get ready
kitsune.
for the next battle.
BC punching people, not punching. Oh hey, it's the Heihachi again. Really solid Heihachi. I'm still a mighty ruler. I'm still challenging that. Good punish. Oh. Oh. Nice. Ashi. Nice.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. Woo, got him. Ooh, got him. Hey, Merp. Kababa. Oh my god, it's Merp. Merp, you called me a co. Yeah, Merp called a co. We have flame. Oh my god, this is the first time. Yeah, this is the key charging Heihachi, by the way. I got him. Karma strikes hard, isn't it, bitch? Taking like fans, more like you toxic fuck. Punch, punch, kick, fuck! Oh my god, eat my... Some skitties have two tails, though. Oh yeah, they do. Wow, graphics on notification. Yeah. I downloaded the potato mod, so a lot of things are like missing to like use less resources. It kinda works. We kinda have been showing off the tails for Merp. Yeah, tails. Merp called a kobo picks up Merp in the biggest hug. Yeah, don't do that in front of Merp. Where your flame ruler. I don't know who doesn't want to see. Not me, that's for sure. When taken king. I'm trying. Considering Merp is straight. I'm straight as a line. Kobo doesn't need graphics to be cute. Yeah. Just the word kobo is enough to be cute. Biggest hug for best fisher. Yes, hug. Biggest hug for Merp. But a line is only as straight as you draw it. Straight as drawn with a ruler. That is very straight. Let's go, flame ruler.
Get ready for the next battle.
Still as cute and cuddleable? Yep. Very. Very, very. I don't know who is straight, who isn't. Has a very shiny skills and a thick girthy thing when I love showing it off. Makes people happy. Whoever reads this is awesome. Merp is awesome. Also, I do hope you're doing good. Teal. Is that a dragon? Oh my god, look at that dragon spin. Oh, is it the same thing? Also, this is the first time I got to flame ruler ever in Tekken history. Seen some pretty bendy rulers, but protractors happen to be my favorite.
Round one. Fight.
Goodness me, Fang. It's a higher. Delay.
Round two. Fight.
With respect.
Round three. Fight.
They didn't believe. Best punish in the game. Disrespect. They don't care about frames. Not the punishable. Ooh, Kenpo. This guy is like partying.
Fight.
Got him.
Final round. Fight.
Check. Is that guaranteed? Oh, I'm dead. I messed up. Oh my god, that track sidestep is so fast. Good mid. One night, 最强. More hacks for the best fishable.
Round one. Fight.
Actually guaranteed. What the fuck? Guaranteed? Too obvious. Oh shit! I thought I got him. I just need to press harder than him.
Round 3. Fight.
Okay, okay.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh, T on round start? Crazy. Had a feeling. Oh, nice. Good timing. Got him.
You win.
I mean, like, I don't know the pronouns, so I don't know which side it's starting from. I don't know, I'm making a mess of thing. I have a big hug. Hug, good. I like hug. I don't know what's going on.
Round 2. Fight.
Teleport in front of me and grabs.
Round 3. Fight.
This guy trying to 10-hit string me, what a joke. Oh. Shoot. Oh. I'm dead. Yep. Should have expected that, actually. 我才是最强的. My cat really likes the dun opening. What's that? I'm gonna. Well, I've got guaranteed. The armor always. Let's go. Oh, I should have waited for it. Oh, I'm dead again. I'm dead to sequel. Dead to 2 rage arts. 最强的. Oh, pixel? Let's go. I'm gonna... Fair enough.
Final round. Fight.
Low. Ooh, timing. Ooh. Fang round, unfortunate. Oh, I did mine. Fang round, unfortunate. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's a pop off because it's a close round. Like all these like playing Fang and then key charging at someone who is like playing execution characters. I don't know. Like why are people so... What benefits them doing key charge like that? Right? Other than just like staining the community. I don't get it. Like what do they gain from key charging at an opponent? Mental breakdown? Giving me a mental breakdown, I guess. I mean, good on them, they got it. Because I cannot, like I mentioned, I cannot handle people key charging, taunting, mid-match, like... I just cannot. Say like I'm weak as fuck, I'm so sensitive. Like say what you want, it's something that I cannot handle. Alright? I can handle being beat down, I can handle losing 69 rounds in a row. I cannot just be respectful. Beat me up. Right? Beat me up. Good. You're strong. Good. Hell yeah. It's like when people are dead and then you want to step on their corpse like 10,000 times more. That's them. Right? Actual psychopaths. I don't get it.
Round 1. Fight.
I should be able to punish that. What the fuck? That was cool. Ooh. Really solid Steve. Let me check. I didn't attack. Sorry. Nice. People wanna bully for some weird reason. Yeah. I don't get it. Like if I'm bullying them back, I get it, right? If I'm key charging at their face, then yeah, I deserve that shit. I'm not doing any of that. Like, what the fuck? Oh, good dodge. They didn't expect that, I guess. Oh, oh, crazy. Oh, that was obvious. Very solid. I deserve that. These are the feats of a champion! Why bro drawn like a Borderlands character?
Round 1. Fight.
Ooh, that was cool. Oh, nice.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, good shit. Oh, sorry. I don't understand that stance. Ow. Ooh. Oh my god, is that just frame? That might be. Nice, good check. This guy's so solid. Nice, I thought. Whew, so good.
These are the fists of a champion.
These are the fists of a champion. Yeah, holy shit, this is a really good Steve. Fuck yeah. Cats. Cats.
Get ready for the next
I think
battle.
sometimes it's just shitty people. Sometimes it's people going with the scammer mentality, even if it only works on 1 on 10 matchups to psych them out. That's 1 in 10 matches they win that they shouldn't on skill alone. Yeah. It's that kind of mentality where it's like, it's worth a shot. It's not. You just fuck lah. Using taunts in the middle of the fight is why they are put into the game. That's the point. Same with rage arts, then death put them in to be used, or did I miss something? Rage art and taunts are entirely different things. Rage arts has actual use to it. Taunts has no actual practical use to it, other than Brian's taunt. All right. Not taunts, key charging. But if you want to like key charge mid-match, that's a setup. If you key charge when people is dead, that's disrespectful. And like I mentioned, I will always mention this. I will not be able to handle people being disrespectful in games like this. I know I'm a pussy. Be it that way, I cannot handle it. Like, I'll say it's because they forget there are people on the internet, but also I just saw a clip someone getting assaulted over D&D, so it turns out some people are just bad in real life. D&D has so much, like... D&D has so much shit going on, it's actually kind of crazy. Oh, it's only me? Is it like T-Bang and Depth and PvP? Yes! Pretty much. I should be able to punish that. Scourge! Samsara! Oh my god, that was a heat burst!
Round 2. Fight.
Ooh, that breaks the wall? Okay. Yeah, I messed up the combo. I could have killed that.
Round 3. Fight.
Scourge! 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 Nice demon pong. could disrespect, they don't care. Yeah, they don't care.
Round 4. Fight.
Nice demon paw. Nice. Let me beat them. Ooh, good tag. Like Halo, I get the impression it's almost a done thing. Confused Dragon sounds. Wonder if it's someone like me who gets the game and has no idea what is and isn't respectful. Do you know how hard it is to do a key charge? You need to press all 4 buttons. That is intentional. You don't just accidentally press 4 buttons at once. At the same time, mind you. So people who key charge, they know what they're doing. There's no other way around it.
Round 2. Fight.
And at the end of the round too, if you key charge mid match, I don't mind. It might be a setup. Nice bit. Alright, it might actually be a setup. If you taunt when I'm dead, if you key charge when I'm dead, it's a different story. Nice key charge. Key charge bullet. What the fuck? I'm actually like so livid right now. Nice. Whatever that is. Hopcake. Scourge.
Round 4. Fight.
Scourge. Nice mid. Wow. Every fighting game I play, I tend to press all the buttons at the same time. It's a living cold, panicking mix of... Like I mentioned, at the end of the round when your opponent is dead, if you key charge, that's disrespectful. You have to mash when you play the game,
Get
right?
ready for the next battle.
You don't have to press all the buttons when the opponent is dead, right? They probably won't be able to stop people from key charging unless they've specifically programmed something to prevent it. Bowser's sighting comes to mind, but for taunts. The devs put in time and money to make taunts for each character. Not taunt, key charge. This thing. Sorry. Taunt have actual use. Or like... Brian's taunt has actual use. It's definitely a backend, so can I also it's kind of pointless, no? I just cannot. Can I not just like express how sad I am when people are being disrespectful? I understand that me getting mad at people key charging at me when I'm dead, by the way. People being intentionally key charging when I'm dead, I really cannot handle it. Anything I can handle, just not this. I sincerely cannot. Say what you will, right? Oh, I'm being a fucking pussy for not just like, you know, just let people key charge. My brain doesn't allow me to do that. And I know I cannot stop people from doing it. So maybe I just want to vent a little bit, I guess, when people do that. I don't know. It's pointless. I totally get it. Like I cannot go to the face and be like, oh, don't key charge me. It's like, no. Hello, I don't do that. I don't teach how people want to be a people. Alright, so maybe I just want to like express how I don't like it, and then express how that's disrespectful, and express how there's a lot of difference between like key charging mid-match and key charging when people is dead. So yeah. And then the benefit of like key charging and dead people, like what's the point, right? Do they gain something? I don't know. Maybe they gain something good, like their superiority complex. I don't know, right? I actually don't know. Like maybe they have that bit of a dopamine when they key charge people when they're actually dead. It's like, yeah, sure. And yeah, so if you teabag sweep dead peeps in PvP, it's reportable offense and you can get banned for it. Because everyone knows it's just being mean. Yeah, it's just... Internet is for everyone. If you want to be mean, then... If there are consequences, eat it. Because you're being mean, right?
The next battle.
There's no need to take bullshit for people just wanting to be mean. Yeah, if they want to be mean, I can be mean to them back.
Round one. Fight.
Nice. Oh, they know about this tech. Good luck. They know. They're very well versed in the Reina matchup.
Round two. Fight.
Good disrespect.
Round three. Fight.
The duck. Ooh, they always duck? Holy shit. Ooh, nice. I'm disrespecting. Oh, I regret my decisions. Wanna block? We take those.
Round four. Fight.
Nice. Ooh, so spicy. Holy shit. But my thighs aren't spiky. Thighs? Spiky thigh? These thick? Not just these thick?
Round one.
Gonna get back Flame Ruler?
Fight.
Oh, they went for it. Nice. Kelsey? Oh, is it minus 14? Ooh, so good. Wait. Sidestep 4 into back 4 is actually good? If people jab check, they're gonna get clipped. Small Tekken.
Round three. Fight.
Mid. No more duck. Fair enough. Woo! Confirm. Good. We're just doing the same move over again. It's Reina. Someday I'll be able to punish Hell Sweep better. Alright? I could kill her so many times there. Ooh, the duck. Oh, they still duck? Holy shit. Oh, yeah, they noticed that I'm jab checking too much, I guess. We take those.
Final round. Fight.
Ooh, nice. Second hit. Yeah, doesn't work. The duck. What's with you just doing the same flowchart over and over again and I'm not punishing it. It's minus 14, I think. Down for 1-2. On screen celebration. Oh shit, I cannot see it through OBS. But thank you. I think so. Every new Q doesn't think the internet is for everyone. Internet is for corn. Evo kobo cackles? Yeah, the cheese is leaking over. It's got my brain going down the rabbit hole. What about loincloths for creatures with tails? But it's not functional enough to finish it off. My Lizardfolk has a loincloth, he just ties it under the tail. When I don't know, feel like the tail could pull and stretch and tug at the cloth against a die destructively though. I'm Flame Ruler again. I think so. But thanks for the 20 gems though, I'll take it.
Get ready for the next battle.
It's just, I cannot see it through OBS, but hey, those who can see it, enjoy it. May not be much. Uh-oh, I'm browsing Blue Sky. Uh-oh. Yep. Oh. Charges explodes. Bowser has a move where he grabs the opponent and slams them to the ground with the enemy on his belly. Now Bowser's side is when a Bowser player
Get ready for the
does
next
that above a
battle.
pit suicide to take the opponent with him. Due to how pits work and smash the enemy dies first. Do that when both of you have a single stock and you win guaranteed. Now in Smash for 3DS Wii U, I believe in update 1.0.4, the behavior has changed to check for intended Bowser's side and make it fail by killing Bowser first versus restoring the victim. Well, that's just weird. That's just not that's not being intentionally disrespectful. That's how the game works. Like if I know, if like grabbing them will kill them on the last stock, I'll do it. It's how the game is designed. Ooh, nice. Timing. If people do side B with Bowser, taking them to kill them, are they intentionally being disrespectful or are they just trying to win the game? Alright, think about it. Are they trying to win the game or are they trying to be disrespectful? I think the point is people is being disrespectful instead of doing Bowser's side. Bowser's side is something that you can do to win the game. Key charge is the thing you do to intentionally be disrespectful and you gain nothing from it. I cheese sometimes. I don't key charge. Oh, got him. Uh-oh. The delay. Check. Ooh, nice. Thanks for the pet. Nice combo. Oh, I was sidestepping. Oh, that's safe, I forgot. Nice, what a call out!
Final round. Fight.
Nice, I ducked. You're mine. Ooh, good check. Oh, I pressed the button.
You won't see this coming.
I probably won't. You fuck. That's what you get for trying to kill me with a fucking unblockable, bitch.
Round one. Fight. I saw that.
Ooh, flowchart. Good shit. I didn't know that. confirm that. Ooh, nice, the timing. Good armor. Ooh, they like armor. Timing.
Round 4. Fight.
Ah, messed up. I pressed one. That's weird. Ooh, nice. Oh. The dance, good shit. That move is good. Oh, the flow chart, good shit. Oh, nice. I didn't break that. I ducked. Oh, nice. Resuming mission. Raven's cool. Oh, it's 1-1. Damn, I thought they won. Let's go. I'll read the chat afterwards, and I'll reply as much as I can.
Round 1.
With the situation.
Fight.
I think that's punishable. Ooh. Ooh, while sending launch. Oh, what a combo. What a duck, good shit. Oh, I'm dead. Nice. This naked shows the end. Oh, this is cool as fuck though. Go to hell. Damn, Raven's rage shot is cool as fuck. Oh. Oh no. Nice extension. Oh, I didn't break that. Guess I still need to work on my throw breaks. I did throw some. I did throw break some of the throws, but still very inconsistent. Flow shot. Good armor. Is that insane? The timing of the armor is really good. Ooh. No, you did. Okay. Oh, look at that! The timing, it's so good! Crazy! I'm doing a hell sweep. Yep, I wanna win. Alright, we still have a chance, Fine. Ooh, got him! Let's go! Damn, this is fun as fuck. I realized they're using a lot of reversal, you know, like the fake shadow clone jutsu kind of thing, and I was like, ooh. I needed to change on my game plan a little bit. Gonna do the non-noms. Oh, have a good nom, man. Okay. Just doing the victims of the. Oh, that's I go cook lunch. Okay. A little late, but have a good cooking lunch. How come that is okay, but the other thing isn't then? One is trying to win, one is just intentionally just to disrespect other people. It's cheese versus BMing. Cheese is still trying to win, BMing is just BM. I don't know what BM means, but I assume that's something like a disrespectful kind of thing. The intention, alright? Bowser's side, yes, it's cheesy, but you hate to deal with it, but it has use because it will still make you win. If I key charge a dead people, what's the point? The point is I'm not trying to win, right? The key charging dead people is just trying to make people mad. What do they gain out of that? They already won, right? That's the situation here. Others tickling you in the arm wrestling contest, others pissing on your grip. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Tikaka. You can argue BMing is trying to win the mind game, but it's not using the mechanics of the game to win mechanically, so I think that's a difference. Mind game is when people made up things, right? What is mind games? It's about like trying to open people up in terms of fighting games. You win the mind game, sure, I guess, but the taunting mind game is just I don't think a lot of people would not consider that as a mind game. It's just plain disrespectful. It's not a mind game. Isn't the mind game a complete part of the game as a whole? If you want to talk about mind game, let's talk about Killer Instinct. Killer Instinct is mind game. Everything about Killer Instinct just mind game. You would not have a single moment of having to like reset your of resting your brain, right? But that's a different topic for other thing. I also think Kobo isn't saying that you shouldn't do it so much as she doesn't like it being done to her. Which like people don't like cheese. If you cheese to win, that means that I need to get better. If you shit on me when I'm dead, that's a different story. Right? You notice the difference? Cheese, they are still trying to win. But they're cheesing. Yes, it's bad, but it's still a strategy. It's there for people to use it. But when the cheese is broken, it's what we call the one-trick pony, right? You know about their cheese and they are dead, right? That, again, there's being disrespectful and trying to win with cheese is very different. Has Coleman concerned that maybe the dragon would love Kobo to do that to him? I would never. Why would I want to be disrespectful towards dragon? No. Happy hunting? Go is not. It's a lot for junk. I'll say if you bounce a side with a 5-stock advantage that you are trying to win, you don't need to cheese at that point. You just want to put the other into a situation where they can't do anything and rub it in. That's pretty disrespectful, I think. Yes, like I mentioned, they still trying to win. Yes, the receiving end of Bowser's side, when your opponent has still 5-stock advantage, feels like shit, but they're still trying to win. Right? Like, you see how cheese make people feel sad, but in the end, the person who's cheesing still got what they want. They won. Right? So yes, it's disrespectful, but they won. They got what they want. Key charging when people is dead is an entirely different story. They already won. What's the point of key charging when people is dead? What's the point when people is dead and you just like what? You try not you, sorry, but people doing that, are they trying to I know they're trying to like rub it in, but even worse is that they key shot and then they run away. It's not even a mind game, it's just that they're trying to intentionally be disrespectful and ruin your day, possibly, right? If you want to talk about mind games when it comes to taunting people, key charging people, if they key charge on their first win and then they continue to play afterwards, that's mind game. Alright? Because, yes, they did it. I'm flustered when I'm getting key charge, so that works. Right? If they keep playing after they key charge when I'm dead, then yes, it's a mind game. But when they key charge and they don't play with me anymore, that's intentionally disrespectful. It's still using mechanic stuff. I don't think that would be wrong to be frustrated about it. I would be frustrated. I mean, look at me playing Rivals of Aether. I'm getting beat up. I get frustrated. People are so good. Right? And yes, Rano is like disgusting to deal with, but it's in the game. And they are not trying to rub it in. They are not clear mains. They're not like trying to watch you struggle to get back to the platform and then they taunt you when you are trying to get back up. Is there anything should or shouldn't exclusive and so much as unpleasant to deal with? Cobbling on chair is very good. Yeah. This guy feels really good on timing. Very. Their timing's really good. It just sort of caught on to their timing towards the end, so I got lucky. I also don't know why the dance wanted to be super specific thing, considering it's the only time that I know of at least that put in a check specifically to gimp one character. It's just weird. If they can grab you with Bowser and do a Bowser side and you got grabbed at the ledge, don't you think that they sort of deserved it, I guess? I know it feels like shit, but they worked you towards it. What's the problem in tournaments or just getting enough negative attention? I don't know. BM equals bad oh yeah, bad manners. Or alternatively boop merp. I want a boop merp. Boop merp should be what it means. Yeah. Mind games are the terrible hoops and ladders and Ruby Goldberg? Level, I don't know what that is, of shenanigans I have to do to myself mentally to try to trick myself into doing anything. Because ADHD hacking sucks and I wish I couldn't just be normal. Mood. I'm an EP Derek and I see only 50 beans. Okay, have a good sleep, Muffin. Thanks for hanging around even though I'm just like sort of, you know, being sort of angry at the disrespectful kind of things, but still I hope you have a good sleep, Muffin. basically there's people being shitty for no reason, and Kobo has every right to be upset about it. Yeah. So is it just key charging when they're dead, or is it key charging at all? I thought you said it was key charging when I'm dead. Key charging in a game could be a setup. So what happens when you key charge? You key charge in the game, you cannot block, but every single hit you do to your opponent and hits towards you are count hits. Or all hits are count hits essentially. So people like Asuka can do like a Oki key charge setup. That's a setup. It's not being disrespectful, right? So this is key charge. Everything I do is a count hit now. But thing is, even if I hold back, I cannot block. Even if I like, yeah. Key charging, yeah, just shitting on your corpse. So the refusal of the rematch is all part of why it's BF. Yes. I mean, basically this is ranked. The game made it first to 3. So if they leave, it's kind of BM. Yeah, it's kind of a bad manner. Like if you're gonna trash talk BM to back it up, yeah. It's almost like that law player, right? They do all the because I cannot react to Dragon Tail, right? They do all that shit. That's kind of cheese, but also on me because I cannot react to lows. I didn't get mad at that, right? But they leave after the first match when they won. It's like, yeah, that's bad. The whole key charge thing is a gigantic misunderstanding that went on a long time, so I made a toxic gesture and it went on.
Ready for the next battle.
It always has been toxic. I don't know any like history between key charging. I know for a fact that key charging when I'm dead is fucking disrespectful, and I don't want to like handle that shit. I don't want to like let it be on my mind and just be like, I don't want it. What's the point? Just beat my corpse. I'd rather take that. Oh shit, I didn't break that. Oh, what? Where's my tank?
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. Should have more patience for that. They know what they're doing, you little shit. Come here. Oh, help! I didn't break that. Oh shit! Oh my god! I did. Oh, take that! We take those.
Round 4. Fight.
Ooh, okay, nice. Good choice, good choice. I tried to hide something there. Ooh. Oh, they pressed button there. Oh, I'm dead. Help! Fuck. Bounce side got nerfed later in the game. That's a side point. Oh yeah. Help! My bones. Oh, that was fast. Oh wow. So bold. doing a low on that situation. Ow! Get that ass. Stop jabbing! Stop jabbing! Big stretch. Oh, I haven't stretched it. I charged my poop at you. Wow. Breaky poop? Oh my god. Big stretch. I'm gonna stretch out to this. So in game it's kinda all in commit. It kinda is, yeah. Yikes. I didn't break that! Take it, take it, take it, take it. Thank you. I ducked. I ducked again. How do I punish that? Oh, let's go. I need to low parry the third hit. Low parry. Okay, 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 okay. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Okay, capital punishment. Okay, bringing out all the move list. I mean, it's a good move. Kicckin. Low. Timing. Got him. Low parry. I was late. Oh my god, that was so good. That was so fast. Take it, take it, take it, take it. Okay. I'll do it again. Sorry. No. I didn't jet this time. Oh my god, it's a setup. I'm getting basic king setup, DD. I'll do it again. That's what I did. Obnoxious, okay. Ooh, what a hop kick! Oh, I thought I broke that. I saw that coming too. Oh, good stuff. I'm dead. There's no point in kobo again. It's just that someone took his toxic and went on to battle, but so it's like when the people say you can ignore him. So what you mean is that I cannot express how I don't like being shit on? I know there's no point, but I just don't like it when people do that. I just want to express I don't like it, you know? I know it's no point. There is zero point in me doing that. But I cannot handle it. That's why I express my sadness, you know, being done that towards me. I don't like it. Ons. Big jump.
Round 2. Fight.
Ooh, with a check. Oh, they always hop kick there? Interesting. When I try to hell sweep, they hop kick. Oh, nope. Yeah. Why are you trying to do fucking Atlas hammer me? Holy shit, this guy's crazy. I'm dead. Stop. I'll do it again. Minus 11. Ashi. Oh my god, that's so fast. I'll do it again. Nah, not this time, man. What the fuck? Where am I punished?
Round 4. Fight.
Oh my god, what a setup. The big jab into launcher? This king is cray cray. Oh. Oh, I killed a brain. I'm dead. The schmixer. The challenge. Oh. No! I didn't break that. Oh my god. Are you going for... Don't... Oh my god, are you going for RDC? I don't believe you. Oh, you didn't go for RDC. Oh no. Oh yeah! God damn it, good shit. People will do a lot of actual effort into making mean something different. Like how K is mostly a slur, and now it's mostly a self-identifier. Is this guy not using his sword? Sword will always beat fist in real life. Ooh. That was a sneaky win. Big steppies. Yeah, I was cheesing a lot against this king, and yeah. Didn't take a lot of the goon to completely change now, did it? That's because it's being used deliberately as an insult to the same thing at the same time. My point is, some sour bitch went into forums and whatever they complain that key charge is toxic, people call on, but not being mother boom is not a toxic thing and looked down upon. I don't like I mentioned, I know it as a disrespectful gesture. I don't know about history. Like I don't want to learn the history of something that I know that's disrespectful. I mean, yeah, it's people made it bad. Okay. And then people still doing it being disrespectful. Yeah. Of course I'm gonna express my dislike towards being disrespected, right? Gonna go to on stream now. See you. Love you. Oh, have a good stream, man. People are fucking snowflakes. I need to grow. Okay, I'm sorry. I guess I cannot do that. Guess I'll stop talking about it. It wasn't meant to be toxic, but it became toxic because of certain.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, just play the game. Yikes, what's happening? Bad connection, hello? Brother. Okay, there we go.
Fight.
1-1. 1-2. Oi, I did that too. They tried. Thus. Oh shit. Oh, you actually ran for it. Fair enough, I'm at the wall. Plus. Woo.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. Nice. My neck. Comfort 2, I think I can punish that. Good though. That was obvious. They have Fujin, I need to be careful. Woo. Strong.
Round 3. Fight.
Fair enough. Oh my god, the timing. Oh. They almost did it. Damn, strong Heihachi. Gonna go eat some breakfast, have a good punchy punch. Thank you, Tikaka. Have a good breakfast. Nice. Oh my god, what a button. Thank you, Sidewall. They know what I'm thinking. They know what I'm thinking. It's so scary.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh god. Guaranteed. Oh my god, I got hit by all hit bursts. ED. Ow. Oh my god, Hunting Hog. You mad lad. So good.
Fight.
Oh, what a timing! Oh my god, I might be dead. Oh, so good! Damn, this is strong Heihachi. Strong ass Heihachi, man.
Get ready for the next battle.
Maybe I'll play a few more rounds, I guess. I mean, my hand kinda itch for some tagging. I have confused everyone enough because my brain is slowly shutting down. I mean, me playing Tekken sort of just burns my brain, I guess. My thumb actually hurts too, like too much D-pad. Too much wiggling at the D-pad.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh no. Oh god. I shouldn't have kept going. I should just leave. I should just leave. Okay.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh. Good luck. Ooh, and a hop kick. The schmick. Where's the combo? What the fuck is... What is this combo? Oh, Jesus. Guaranteed.
Round 2. Fight.
Ooh. Oh, did I mess up? Yeah, Yoshi's just tough to deal with. Did that whip the... Fair enough, that was obvious. I think I've seen that setup multiple times already. Range? Okay, we got around. Good luck. Ooh. I didn't know Yoshi is Lily. Look at the range on that move, man. I'm dead. Oh, they're clowning now. Yeah, they're going full-blown clown towards the end. I'm okay with that. Horse Kobo and Oil Chat bringing everyone to bed with me. Hey, I'm in the bed with Dragon now. Hey.
Round one.
Hey. What the fuck is that tracking, man? Oh, that's that. Missed it.
Round two. Fight.
Fuck. Oh my god. My back. Oh, it's a mid high. What you want? What you want? Absolute dick. Nice. I was like, you better kill me with that.
Fight.
Oh my, what the fuck is that? Ooh.
Round four. Fight.
Oh. Oh my god. Brother, what is that damage? Oh my god. My heat burst is too slow. Yeah, Yoshi is pretty tough to deal with. And Char hitting all the
Get ready for
dragons.
the next battle.
I want to hit on all the... all the dragons. I'm a dragon. Yeah. We already hit on each other. Maybe. Ooh, wait, this one is really good. I'm gonna share. I'm gonna share. I'm gonna send to you. You. Yes, you.
Get ready for the next battle.
Done. Casually browsing. Nice. Ooh, damn, crisp. Goodness. Oh my god. I thought that was a hit. I'm dead. No.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh god. Guaranteed. Not like that. Stop using that move. Delay! Oh my god, that was so scary.
Round 4. Fight.
Ashi? Oh my god, that's actually crazy. Nice, it's guaranteed. Yikes! Camera? Camera, where are you pointing at? Damn, that... Is this how Heihachi looks like when Heihachi is young? Shit. Oh, welcome back, Tikaka. My beef at night noodles are minor level. I respect that. No share food. Food mine. Oh my god, my back is just so not clean. It's actually painful. Oh my god, high crush. I shouldn't be challenging down for 1 like that. Good choice. Did it just break the floor immediately? Crazy. Whoa, we're actually fighting in the void. Let's go.
Round 2. Fight.
Don't challenge that. Oh, it's kind of disorienting actually. Good punish. Double 2. My hand's not long enough. Oh! I'm panicking.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh my god, I actually finished it. Crazy. That's not a punish. Oh, I'm actually dead. I'm actually dead. Damage. Help. Oh, brother. Oh my god. That's actually scary. Damn, that move's good. Oh yeah. Not that yet. What a duck! What a duck! Crazy. Yeah, this actually is really strong. If a traveling dragon is called a thunder, can a traveling dragon be called a bonfire? It's a tail pile? I like a tail pile. I'll slurp you? What? You kinda want... Actually, never mind. Cuddles will still be available when you finish your food. Actually, that cuddlish, but I will support your effort from afar. Oh! Yeah, I mean, I guess I never really cuddled in real life, yeah. Wait, I'm gonna go off the lights, it's getting dark. I thought it was called an oh wait, Tobo man. I mean that with me with a bunch of other kobolds and dragons, I mean ooh. Ooh.
Get ready for the next
yeah.
battle.
I mean
Get ready for the next battle.
Jim. Each down two, I'm just gonna shout Scourge. Each down two, every down two from Jim, I'll just shout like Scourge! Scourge!
Round one.
Scourge!
Fight.
Help you. Scourge! What's with the rollback? Jesus fucking Christ.
Round two. Fight.
You need to get a better PC than mine. My PC doesn't work, but yours is even worse, buddy. Good disrespect. Holy shit, look at the teleportation! What the fuck?
Round three. Fight.
Oh, nice mid. Man, their PC is constantly dying. Like, at least mine stays at green. After, oh my god, the rollback. Help me, what the fuck am I looking at? You didn't want to kill me and then you just want to do that? With your PC like that? Damn, man. Didn't know you're someone like that. Completely unrelated to the current conversation. How much do you value your ability to walk normally? A lot. But if this is what I'm catching up on at that moment, probably don't care. Skitch! Holy shit, their PC is like actively dying, bro. Oh my god, I see teleportation, brother! How would I play? Their gameplay just press buttons, man. Oh, that recovers like so fast, brother. I think I survived this. I mean, if Dragon can carry around, who cares about walking? Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, totally. We we take those, fuck it. Nice punish. Scourge! Get a better PC than you have right now, Jim. Jesus fucking Christ. All I see is a teleporting Jin and I'm not reacting to anything because I cannot see anything.
Round one. Fight.
What the fuck am I looking at, brother? Oh my Jesus fucking Christ, man! I mean, if you can play with all the teleportation, oh my god, good on you, but I cannot! Oh, that whip, oh my god, yeah, okay. Nice punish. Oh my god. What? I saw one single frame of me just getting hit, but not a counter hit. Hell sweep. Good dog, I'm dead. Samsara. Yeah. All I see is teleporting Jin. What the fuck, man? How much horny are you at seeing your own? I mean, it's just Batman. There's nothing horny about that, right? I'm just Batman people. It's fine. Well, not much happened. My rank is still start. I think I'm gonna get hard stuck at purple rank for a long time. Like, holy shit. To be honest though, me playing Reina is sort of a. Reina is easier to play than Heihachi and Devojin. Yeah, Devojin. I'm just not used to the gimmicks with Devojin has, but now that I play Heihachi and Reina, I feel like Reina is way easier to play than Heihachi, like way fucking easier. I don't know what's the rank of my Heihachi though. Online rank. I think Heihachi is at 10 Ryu question mark? I think with my current skill level, I'm just gonna be like hard stuck at purple rank. Someday I'll improve, someday. Heihachi, yeah, 10 Ryu. Damn, Heihachi is hot as fuck. No, I mean, someday I'll play Heihachi, but today it's all about kobo action. Kobo action. Acquire noodles to suck on. Slurp. Slurp. What noodle? Is there noodle here? Yeah, I'm good. My thumb hurts. Like really hurt. I didn't even realize it. Although, oh wait, before that, I forgot about the thing called Super Ghost Battle. Do they record my ghosts? I ate and now the eep hits. The after food eep. It's always nice. Oh wait, I still have my character. Are you hungry or ill? Hungry, and only my fingies hurt from too much Tekken. My ghost. Reina, Heihachi, Panda, Kazuya, Devojin, Kuma. Oh, I have Lydia and Paul. May, July, August, September, October. October 5th? Go get a snack? I will. Let me try out some Super Ghost Battle. I want to try out my own Reina. If I just keep trying my own Reina, I don't think... Yeah, just keep spamming throws. I'll probably win against my own Reina. Gonna crash, have a grander stream. Was they lurking though? Okay. Have a good eat, Kikaka. Thanks for the lurk.
Get ready for the next battle.
My ghost. I'm a beginner? Oh shit. Oh my god, there's so many Tylra on the screen, what the fuck? Why am I teabagging? What the fuck? I didn't do that. Wow, my ghost sucks ass. Oh my god, my ghosts suck. What do you mean? You told it to teabag her? I mean, that's Kuma, not Reina. I'm gonna play defensive. Right, how do I get in? Okay. Oh my god. I would do like 10 or 4 of them. My ghosts suck, excuse me? Ew. Fight next opponent? The reception. There's so many Tylra on screen. Wow. How about my Heihachi? I'm gonna fight my own Mishimas. Heihachi, Kazuya, maybe even Devil Jim. My Devil Jim sucks ass though. It's so cool. I love Heihachi. Heihachi #1. I mean, maybe not #1 because Heihachi is not a dragon. Maybe #2. #1 to all the dragons though. So much sexy bow. And kobolds are great. Cool. God, I love you so much, Heihachi. Damn, I do that? Oh my god. I'm good, holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Whoa. Combo! Oh my god, my ghost got it! Damn, my ghost is so good! I'm a fraud, I'm not a real Heihachi main! My ghost is! God damn! Oh my god! Brother! Oh my god! How is my ghost so good? I'm just bad actually. How did the Hashi come out? Oh my god. Combos? Oh my god, so bad. I just eat that? Whoa, I never do that game. What the fuck? Oh my god, what the fuck, dude? That's not what I pressed. I guess I accidentally pressed my R2 button. Oh my god. I confirmed that? Damn. Oh, help. What kind of Heihachi do I have? Alright, first to two, I guess? Alright, me against me, first to two? Damn. I'm so bad. Okay. I see where it's coming from. I'm so bad. I mean, I did that, but don't learn the bad shit, AI. Yeah, learn that. That was good. Oh hell yeah, that was good. I just 1-1-2 on round start. What am I doing? I don't get how I play, man. Oh my god. Hello? Okay, those are all hit bursts, ED. that 3 jab, that 4 jabs, they were all 2+3 input. Well, that's my Heihachi. I got my Reina Ghost sucks. My Reina Ghost is like doesn't even play the game. Ew. Alright, one more. Kazuya? Purple Rain Kazuya? Hi, Aqua Board. Alright, Kazuya on Kazuya action. I already forgot how to play Kazuya actually. Kazuya. Hope they're doing good. Alright, everyone fights in Seaside Resort.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Oh, damn. Oh my god.
Round 2. Fight.
Damn, I did that too. Oh. How sweet. Oh damn, that was actually good. Oh, my ghost tried.
Round 3. Fight.
Come on, man. This is the combo. Oh my god. Don't learn that. Oh my god. My Kazuya doesn't know how to play the game. My Kazuya doesn't know how to play Tekken 8. Goddamn.
Round 1. Fight.
Ooh, that was a good Oki.
Round 2. Fight.
It's gonna work someday. Oh my god, that was so bad. Do it again.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh wait, that's a punish. That's safe, -8 I think. Oh, that's a punish again. Someday it's gonna hit, man. My Kazuya sucks. Well, my ghost Kazuya sucks actually. So my Reina and Kazuya doesn't know how to play Tekken 8, but then my Heihachi is suddenly so godlike. Who else do I have? Hannah? Kuma? Okay, Kuma. One last one. Kuma. Man, I don't even remember how to play Kuma. I'm just gonna go Reina against my Kuma, see how it works. see if my Kuma remember how to teabag.
Get ready for the next battle. Round one.
Hi, Lex. Damn. I'm wild. The micro duck. Okay. I got the combo. Oh my god, my Kuma is so nasty. Oh. Oh. Oh my god.
Round three. Fight.
I forgot about that. Oh. They gave me the face. Okay lah, I mean, my Kuma is fine. I mean, my Kuma knows some combos. It's booted to the cuddle pile, give it the best seat. Hips. Kumaya. So much combo tear to see. DOS. Oh my god, I delayed it. Yeah, I do that. Yeah, I do that. I can see myself doing it. To punish.
Round three. Fight.
They suddenly don't know how to block. Hi Astro. Oh my god, look at that combo skim. Yeah. I love the crouch shot at the end of that attack. Which one? I don't know which one. Alright, I'm gonna get food. The crunch shots are my favorite too. Look at my avatar. This is what peak performance look like. Like, don't worry about the cum stain, it's just what the fuck is this? You're sure from something like Dress to Impress? Oh, my pole hair. Yeah, see, pole hair just wins everything, man. It's the pole hair, I'm telling you. My character is so good. Oh my god. The one, oh, he bursts. I see. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna take a break. Oh, butt cam. Snoot cam. Butt cam, snoot cam. more snoot cam. Damn, I'm so menacing, dude. I'm gonna kill someone with this look. I'm not panning the camera, by the way. The game is doing on its own. Hey, yo. Oh, God. Adorable. Yeah, so menacing, right? Look at that tail. Definitely not showing the... Yeah, I'm not. I love how I have the little teeth there. Little teeth. Yeah, I'm so glad they add this feature in. You know, being able to choose your own character for the main menu. I think a lot of people were saying that it's a missed opportunity, but they put it in, and everyone has their own personality to it. This one doesn't show because the facial expression she just fixed to this one because my model doesn't have any rigs, doesn't have any bone and rig to control the facial expressions. So yeah, that's why it just like fixed that one like kind of facial expression. But I think it's good. I think it's way more good enough. Definitely not. Did you disappear when the camera just slid down to the booba? Kobo booba? Oh my goodness. Need to find the right target and open up music. I still love this one. Join what? Polycube? Polycube? I don't know anything about Polycube. I don't know. I mean, is Polycube like a like the white plastic thing? What do you call that? 保丽龙? Okay, what is 保丽龙 in English? Oh shit, how do you write 保丽龙 in English? What the fuck? 保丽龙英文 Oh, styrofoam! Is it not a styrofoam? I should be of more sound mind before making such a decision. I only woke up like 20 minutes ago. I think you're thinking of polystyrene? The packing peanuts? The packing peanuts? A plastic what? No, polycube is not plastic unless everyone's into it. What's polycube? I don't think it's polystyrene. Oh, I cannot type. Oh my god. Polystyrene. 剧本乙烯是什么鬼？
剧本乙烯，
剧本乙烯是什么鬼？What the hell? That sounds like a goddamn name. What the? 聚苯乙烯是指油苯乙烯。Oh, it's a chemical component. 哦，写是 CH8 open parenthesis CH8 close parenthesis N。它是一种无色透明的热塑性塑料，具有高于100度的玻璃转化温度，因此经常被用来制作各种需要承受开水温度的一次性容器。哦。哦，聚苯乙烯啊！我老诶 ，it's the first time I know about this. Holy shit! Wow. Basically, polycule is a multiple partner relationship. Oh, wait. Oh, like a poly relationship thing that I'd heard of. Basically being an open relationship. Oh, I mean, I only have a platonic kinky relationship. I don't really have like a relationship. I could share, not exactly. So it's close enough? Polycule is more like you actually know you're dating each other. So polycule is more clear with the intention, question mark? Open relationship is more do your thing, I'll do mine, but we're dating each other. Oh. It's the actual intimacy. Polycule is the more dating side. So polycule is just dating each other. Did the joke go out of hand? No, I don't know what polycule means. That's it. I guess I learn new things every day, huh? Yo. Hi, Furry. Polyamory? Maximum dragon feeling? I mean... Hey, anything for dragon feeling. all merp streaming. Sits on Jade's head. Yes. Oh yeah, I forgot about fish. Someone fished a demon kobold. I think it was Ixon. So I want to let you guys actually hear what the demon kobold sounds like. If I can find it. Lurk fish asset. Yep. Oh, tiny yep. Oh, I think it's called what the fuck. I have a file called what the fuck this might be. Oh. Oh, wait, that's actually... I made that. What the fuck? I'm so glad I didn't hear it when when Ixon fished the demon kobold out. Because this is... Oh my god, this is what it sounds like. 69, nice. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit. So yeah, this is the demon kobold. Someone fished it out. I drew this in about I don't think even 5 minutes. I think it's just like 3 to 4 minutes in MS Paint. And I was like, oh shit. And then I decided to make like a demon kobold noise. Yeah, it is exactly from that stare, and then a drawn on mouse, a drawn with mouse on MS Paint, and then that's the picture. It's kind of there, right? It's kind of there. It sounds like a combined strain coming in Half-Life 2. Wait, no, I have to join in too. And Kobo has fantastic art talent. Also, Kobo. Look. I have to make. I forgot what the prompt is for this one actually. What's the prompt for this one? There was like a suggest finished prompt, and I made this one. But yeah, sometimes you're just gonna make some cursed stuff, don't it? A fish for a luring polycule to bring my purple kobold into. I want dragon. Perch! Oh yeah, one thing. So on... I think I said this. On October 31st, which is November 1st here. Pineapple? No, November 1st here would be Monster Hunter Wilds open beta testing. I don't know if I can stream that game, to be honest, considering how Wilds it's so wildly intensive for my PC. So if I cannot stream it, I might just stream it on Discord. So if I do stream it on Discord, I'll probably just like change the title on my Twitch so that to let people know that I'm actually streaming on Discord playing Monster Hunter Wilds. But I don't know how that's gonna go, to be honest. But I could. We'll see how it goes. I'm gonna attempt to stream Monster Hunter Wilds here first. But if opening up OBS and like all these stuff, okay, let's see. I have Discord, I have voice mod, I have streamer bot, I have VideoTube and OBS and Google, right? I'll see how it goes. If the game doesn't really run good, I'll probably just like close everything and leave only the VideoTube and OBS running, at least my advertise running, but there will be no redeems and shit. Because like I have to like close VoiceMod and StreamerBot and Discord and everything. But if all else doesn't work, I'll just bring it to Discord then. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. But I don't know, who knows, streaming on Discord may not be as bad. It's just that I can only stream on 30 FPS because I don't have Nitro. So it's one thing, right? It's one thing to think about. But that's for the future me to think about, right? But for now... You were trying to cross the border, right? You're really awake. The wildest thing that you can get in the pond sometimes. And knowing my Kobo's must start to wild, I am interested. I am very interested as well. I can't wait to play it. I'll be a weeb. I'll be a longsword main. I'll probably play longsword. I'll play lance. And maybe even gunlance, because gunlance looks mega cool. I'll log into these three weapons for now. Malzino. Oh, I think we have a Malzino in the pond. I will only swing. You are. We are gonna become weeb. Good night, Bracky. Thanks for hanging around. Oh yeah, am I in the pond? Oh yeah, you suggested it, right? Not yet. It will be in the request finch. So I will put in more fish to the pond. Usually on Monday, like here. I will look at these prompts and then just like put into the pond. So there's a pond in the pond. Right, there's actually a pond in the pond now. Then we have Dasani in the pond as well. I need to make a Dasani antidote as well. I think this one is already in there. So chatfish is something that I need to think about because I haven't think about like which what to make. What species would chat be? Which I think I kind of want to make it into a dragon for obvious reasons. Yeah, the earth is in there. Right? No, I cannot do that. Because I need to contact, right? No. I don't think I have the courage to talk to them. Global stream? The internet? some of these that I don't know how to make, I'm just gonna skip past. The Milky Way? I mean, there's already is this kind of a milk? It's mine. Don't take it, it's mine. The cumin, the cumin. Oh my god, it's Henry. The cumin. Yeah, these are all the things that you can fish. I think Masino is in here. I think this is the most. This is like I'm the most proud. I think the prompt was a Jade holding a sponge. And then I was like, oh, I have Jade's reference sheet. And I was like, just take this one. And then just like change change it to shout sponge instead of seed. And just like put these I mean, look at it. I just modified the shoe mop, the gloves. Yeah, Jade's heckin' adorable. Is it hard? I mean, I mean, Jade is hard, but not in this situation where Jade is holding too many sponges. Here, let me show the original Jade ref, if I can find it there. This is the original picture. I spy a student in your files. Yeah, you can fish out Lex. Lex is in the pond. And look at that. Beautiful bird. Oh my goodness, bird. It's not Harley though. If Go puts the internet into the pond, then the one fishing it out will be swept away. Oh my god. Such a cool bird. I know. Jade's a cool bird. I'm gonna snooze the ad. It's a nice booty. You know, I mean, we're gonna rate Mup. Yeah, we're gonna rate Mup. Mup is playing RimWorld? Yeah, Mup has been playing RimWorld. Let's rate Mup. 10 out of 10 was snuggle again? Wait, you snuggle Jade's butt before? Damn. I'm gonna summon Bernie. Yep. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks Bernie. And I also have a Discord. And I know I don't plug this. I don't plug this as much, but I should probably do it more. I mean, Jade will have a nice and fluffy one. Yeah, true. But I think it's this. Tuna B. If you want keycaps, you can buy from there. I have my keycaps from Tsunabi and they are not bad. At least I personally like it. Thank you for the stream. Thanks for being here. I literally am in bed snuggling all of chat right now, including Jade's butt and Char's butt and Leg's butt and Kobo's hacking sexy tail. Okay, which tail are you talking about? The front tail or the back tail? Oh, sorry, the front tail or the actual tail? So yeah, check out Tsunabi if you want keycaps. I mean, with the code all caps Tylra 05, you get a 5% discount. Oh my goodness. Thank for stream. Yeah, thanks for being here. Do you have a front tail? Because if you do, I'll take that. I mean, I do. Like I may be a female kobold, but I do have a. I have a. I can say that, right? I mean, I can say dick. Then I should be able to say slit, right? Yes, poop accent. I think it's fine. It's just slit. There's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, we're good. Thanks for making me feel better today. I know I vented a lot. I know I'm being super unstable today. But despite that, I still had a lot of fun. So thank you. I'm already feeling much better. Someday I'm gonna work up the courage and talk to mom about this situation that I had, that I mentioned at the start of the stream, right? Someday I'm gonna do it, but not soon at least. Being a Herm confirmed? Oh, Herm is... I mean, it's not really Herm? I don't know. I don't know if, like, Slit considers Herm. Slits be very nice, yeah. Although it's kind of a gacha, or like a loot box. No, not loot box. It's kind of a gamble. Like you don't know if it's a slit or it's a not slit. With kobolds. Okay, yeah, I have a loot box. Yeah, I have a loot box too. I mean, you don't like you see it. You have to like. You don't know. It's a mix-up. You don't know if it's like a like in Tekken. You don't know they're gonna do a mid or do a low when you are -17. So like, you look at that and it's like, oh, is that a slit or is that a not slit? You know, it's it's a bit of a you have to gamble. Busy having not and defalism and prehensile to I don't know what those are. I mean, I know what not is. Cheater. We're just gonna ask for upbeats from Diaphalism is basically two dickening, word for word. Oh! Oh, so like, what sharks have? I kind of like the idea of it being called a loot box. Not sure what you're gonna get. Yeah. You don't know if it's gonna be a puss or slit. You know, it's a mix-up. It's a true mix-up. Like you cannot guess right. You can only guess, but you cannot guarantee an answer to that. As a reptile, you're gonna be open to possibilities for the exact reason. Sharks have a hemi pee. Is it not the same, Greymark? Refers specifically to two completely different members from each other. Oh, so doesn't that what? Oh, so it's sharks are different. We're making it easy because you have a slit containing dick. So poof. So you'd be versatile. I mean, you can just get into the slit. That works. Why am I talking? I'm gonna get banned, man. I'm gonna get banned. It's that rare Akuma Wolverine mix-up in UMVC3. I don't know what it is, but if it's a rare mix-up, yeah. Yeah, you're gonna ask before you get into the slit? Of course. You're gonna ask the kobold. Putting it this way, in case of Hemi PP, you can indulge in... both will do the thing at the same... Oh! When it comes to diaphalism, everything works as its own thing. Whoa, wait. That's cool though. So you can experience it twice. Instead of like one intense one. That sounds really nice. I mean, for me, but I do love the idea of, oh, before we have fun, go ask my kobolds for permission. Poly kobolds? Heck yeah. I mean, I'm kind of just like platonic kinky relationships, I guess. Holy kobolds. Now I have to... I don't want to feel left out. And a fish. Smish. Also, I have the rate message here. I should probably update it. Wait, give me a second. I'm gonna update it. Okay, I'm in Streamlabs. Rate 4. This one. Edit. So I need this one. Yeah, does this work? I changed it. Yeah, there we go. It works. So after this, with a tail. I mean, if you want to use butt, I think that works as well. Yeah, I'm gonna raid out and I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go get some food. Getting blurred, kinda hungry. But I feel, yeah, I feel a lot better now. I feel sort of not so unstable now. I'm glad. 60 gold. Get good food, Kobo. Thank you. I'll get good food. Peanut butter honey bagel. Sounds good. Yeah, let me type in the rate to map. I'm thinking of playing. As much as I want to play Ember Isle, I feel like my current mental state playing Ember Isle is probably gonna be like not as enjoyable. So that's why I kind of hold off the games that's like Rain World or Ember Isle. I feel like this week I'm probably just gonna play the game that I play most of the time, or like when I'm not doing anything. You know, something like kicckin, something like Clone Hero. I was thinking of playing Clone Hero tomorrow, but of course I'm not gonna do a full stream of Clone Hero. So we'll see what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna be Rain World or Ember Isle these days. Just yeah, I don't think my mental state is probably gonna make me enjoy the game as much. Oh my goodness, plushie. Yeah. So I'm gonna go raid and I'm gonna go get some food. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love y'all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all. And thanks for making me feel better again. I really appreciate it. And here comes the raid to Mup. We're raiding to Mup. Another ooh. Is that a booba pet? There might be a booba pet. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'll wait for the timer to go down as always. Oh my goodness, I have a booba pet. And a belly boop. Gently caresses your robots
In
daily.
support of the cute bowl, please rise for the national bowl then. Yippee!
It kinda works.
Duh.
Why is it duh? Oh, I love that Kobo National Boldom. Oh no. Well, someday I'm gonna do it. I messed up but I didn't fix it. It's all good. We don't need that. El natural. Yippee.
Yippee.
Yippee. Alright, see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Kobo loves y'all. Mwah. Bye bye. Take care.